You're listening to the Karen Reed Murder Trial on Kingdom Radio.
You made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying. And
closer, 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 closer.
That is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
This is not my
Stay tuned to Kingdom Radio Texas for live coverage of the Karen Reed Murder Trial. Yes, good morning, everyone. It is Central Standard Time. We also have what do we call him? Our legal professional all the way from North Carolina. He is on the Eastern Standard Time, but we have Mr. Johnny Cochran. What's up, Johnny?
Good morning, everyone. How you doing?
And pretty soon we'll also introduce our in-house law enforcement apologist, Mr. Joe Lanou. But Joe is not available yet. But before we get started and I remove this overlay, boom, good morning. Oh my goodness, it's here. Could hardly sleep last night just thinking about it. Let's go into one more. Oh, we have something. Nudes and Balloon Knots. Oh yeah, veteran LT3. That's what I'm talking about, baby. But let's just get into one more thing, and then there's a lot to dive into about what's been going on. Turtle Boy had a show last night. 2A Talking Tactical, if you missed it, had a show last night in the Fulton County, Georgia. There was a crazy situation with, what was the Young Thug, the rapper? So basically, they arrested the attorney, and the attorney got 20 days in the pain, 20 days in the county jail. He's serving weekends, 10 weekends of, if you know anything about that, you go in there at the, just before the stroke of midnight counts as day 1, and then day 2. I mean, it's not as bad, but for an attorney to be taken into custody, it's a story there. But we'll get into it in just a second and find out what John recovered on that one. But let's take a look at this video that I made yesterday, which I think is fantastic. Please like and share.
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus. I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
On Santa's naughty list.
Wasn't sharing anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. She's a whack job. Cunt. CUNT. States, okay, that's fucked up. She hot at least? Yes, she's a babe. No ass. Is that chick a smoke? Nut bag, as Chief would say. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him. Sergeant Mechanic liked it.
like what?
Going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes?
Objection.
Did it
say
No,
something for nudes?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next
No, it didn't.
So that would be an abuse.
Hey, McFly,
You indicated 15th, correct?
what do you think you're doing? Hey, I'm talking to you, McFly, you Irish bug. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think, McFly, think.
You indicated 15th, correct? You indicated 15th, correct?
I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead. And the very least, it's suspicious. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. She's gross. Trooper to Chico. Oh, fuck her, bitch. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
Fucking mud into my shoes.
No crew's gonna be looking for him.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. I called earlier. Mom was puking in the background. This is your livelihood. And the very least, it's suspicious.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Mhm.
Correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said, I hate it, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job. Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is. In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice.
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing? Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
Okay, you got 10 feet, closing. 10 feet, easy. Hold it straight, get against the line.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m.
So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
She said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. If you like women who shit themselves, Christ, it was on BWC, which is body worn camera.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged. But not completely damaged. But not completely damaged.
Follow the Karen Reed murder trial on Kingdom Radio.
Well, that one actually wasn't even the video that I actually produced. Even further than that, I must have uploaded the wrong one. But man, what an awesome day it was.
Man,
Monday.
You know what? They should use your that video for closing arguments. Because you wrapped that up. I ain't lying.
Yeah, on the other video that I made, I actually had in there Chip starring. That was one of the best videos. We also already have the fan moving. Let me see if I can get the old share screen in there just to make sure you won't be missing anything. And that's what the fan looks like when it's spinning around in circles. So we're getting close, but we're not there yet. I'll definitely bring you there as soon as we come in. But let's give a little recap. Where are we at right now in the trial? I mean, because everyone knows that it hasn't been looking that good. And then here comes Michael Proctor. What do we got there, John?
I think if people have been keeping up with it, Michael Proctor just put the cherry on top of the sundae as far as acquitting her. I don't see how any jury can dispute what they just heard on Monday. I mean, if this don't scream cover up, I don't know what does. And like I said the other day, I think they have already they've already proven reasonable doubt. But after Monday,
long time ago.
I'm sorry,
a long time ago.
Oh yeah. So and now that's why I say that's the cherry on top. I just I don't know.
I mean, you had reasonable doubt back when Jennifer McKay was Haas long to die in cold at 227, and you're like, they didn't find the body until. You know, that didn't make sense. Just that alone would have been enough to say, what, how, I don't understand that. How did that happen? How did she search for that at 227? That right there would have been that's enough for reasonable doubt for acquittal.
Yeah. And I'm not always a big fan of putting the defendant on the stand, but that's one question I wish that they could ask her. Did you ask her to Google that? No. You know, but like you said, I mean, it's odd for her to do it. Well, she asked me to do it. Well, she's got a phone. Why couldn't she do it?
No. It was, she asked me to do it at 6 a.m. when they're standing over the body. That's the one where she said Haas long to die in cold at 6:23 in the morning when they're finding the body. She's standing over the body. She's screaming. She's hysterical. It's shock and horror. Shock and horror is going on. And I'm just texting whatever she's telling me to. And it's like, okay, that makes sense at 6:23. But what about at 2:27?
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, and she's like, she said she never made that text. That never happened. The Celebrite is lying. That never happened.
Yeah.
That text never happened. And you're like, because she didn't say that Karen Reed was telling her to text that at Google that at 2:27. She just denies it ever happened. And that went, just that alone that's what brought up all the people supporting who was at the time considered to be the cop killer, the
Yeah.
person who is the villain, the bad
Yeah.
person who killed that cop and left him out there. And then as soon as the Google search came out there from Celebrite at 2:27, the whole thing switched. And Turtle Boy was the one who kind of exposed the case. And then you're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. You're right. And that's where the digging started. Like if there was we were building this big building and those guys in suits that never seen a shovel in their life grab that ceremonial shovel and they take that first little piece of dirt out of this planter box. That was the first little shovel into all this mountain that we're seeing today.
Yeah, and I know he didn't talk. He wasn't on the stand very long, but that Dighton police officer testifying that the light was cracked and there was only one piece missing. Like they say, sometimes the least is the best, and he said very little, but yeah, that makes you wonder too.
Well, I mean, what did he say? He said, I mean, there was no reason to give him a cross-examination. He said when he went up to the light was not fully damaged. It was cracked. There was a piece missing, but it wasn't totally destroyed. The only thing he didn't say is it wasn't totally destroyed like the picture you seen in the Sallyport. That was the only part he didn't say,
And I was thinking the other day, when they were showing her backing into O'Keefe's car, and the Proctor said, well, there wasn't even any plastic on the ground.
Ooh, good one. I was getting ready to just say that.
Well,
just
my
now.
thing of it is, I mean, you had snow on the ground. How many times have we dropped something in the snow and it goes down into the snow? I mean, that's polycarbonate. I mean, it's got a little bit of weight to it. I don't know what the snow was like up there, but I could see it falling down and you just not being able to see it. So who's to say they didn't walk out there and pick it up and transfer it to old 34 or whatever it was.
Old 34. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a great point, because when Michael Proctor, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up here. That would be Karen Reed, day 22. When Michael Proctor was testifying, and he was asked by Lally. This is the softball questions before they got anywhere into the phone text messages and stuff, where he had to just kind of do the walk of shame over there. When he was talking about, okay, so whether the car backed in there or not, when the car was backing, when Karen Reed's SUV was backing into the other car, and then when the car pulled away, they specifically said, is there any red taillight that is on the ground or anything visible? And then Michael Proctor testified, no, because based on the transparency of the red lens, you would be able to find this piece in the white, and the contrast between that and the white snow. You would be able to find it. But interesting enough, 30 minutes later, you have all of these people from the Canton Police Department on a crime scene, and not one of the people could find one of the 48 pieces of taillight in the snow with the contrast of the white and the red. Not one piece of taillight was found until there was a 2 foot of snow later on that night. So when he said that, you would be able to tell. That was like, wow, that part was very interesting that you just brought up.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I don't.
I see everyone's live right here. The day 22. Let me see if I can just throw us in there real quick. That was so good, man. When Michael Proctor was up there, you almost felt sorry for someone who had to do this walk of shame.
Well, I was embarrassed. I mean, to a degree, I was embarrassed for him, but then he brought that on himself.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Let me see if I can bring this part up. I speak.
And I say I know, but I assume O'Keefe's family has, they've been pointing the finger at her, or at Karen. They have her. They're holding her responsible. if I was in their shoes, I'd be like, you know what? I'm sorry. I think we were wrong on this. And even if she, I mean, even if she did do it, I mean, you got to feel some kind of sympathy or bad for her after knowing that the police were talking about her like that. I just I don't know. Unprofessional is not even the word for that.
Yeah, and the Massachusetts State Police did have a statement that after the house long to die in cold, they did have a statement that they shared out saying that how the defense is always going to say something about the state troopers or the police department. This is very normal for the defense to attack the police officers in whatever way, but they just wanted to say that the Massachusetts State Police do stand behind their officers and Michael Proctor and his professionalism. Now, this was back when they came out with the house long to die in cold, and it was kind of shaky. They still stood behind Proctor. But since then, after the testimony that happened on Monday, they have removed that statement from their social media. So,
Shocker.
you know,
Oops.
but yeah, they still stand behind him. Just they don't stand behind that statement.
Yeah, take that down. We no longer stand behind our own statement.
Ms. Tillman, if you could press play from here.
So this is, let me put this on a faster speed. Yeah, clearly backs into it.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what many vehicles you observed in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you see
Now,
any
as far as when
tail
those
light?
vehicles come closer, come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow. You can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here. It's starting to be covered in snow.
Remember that.
And as far as when that
With
vehicle
no
comes closer
snow
in
fell.
contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, you
Yeah, but
observe
you can
snow
clearly
off
see
the
that
car at that point?
wheel move.
Yeah, it's like one vehicle's out in the snow where it's freezing, and then the other vehicle that you're comparing it to is in a garage with a heater, and it's already went 30 miles down the road on a tow truck, and you're comparing those two about snow fell off of one truck and not. It's like
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to the red pieces or eight pieces?
Yeah, right
like
here,
plastic
right
or
here.
glass or anything in that area that you observed on this?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast to the white snow.
Ms. Tillman, if you could run it from there for a moment.
There's no red pieces of taillight that would show up in the contrast of the white snow. But they go back. I mean, there's only 2 inches of snow. They go back to this crime scene 5 times to find taillight because they can't see it in the contrast of the white snow. It's like that right there. I think Turtle Boy pointed that out last night, where I thought about it, but I didn't think about it to that level. But yeah, Turtle Boy talked about that last night, and I was like, man, you so got a good point there. 100%. We still got a fan flying around in circles, so we definitely have the fan. But
I'm sure there's some talking back in the judges' chambers right now.
Well, court starts at 8. We don't actually have the jury that's going to be ready to go. We have these 2, or actually 3 witnesses that are flying in on their own dime, I would say, to talk about what are they going to say and are they credible witnesses. Now, these guys were hired by the FBI, and they're coming in today to testify that they are qualified to make a accident reconstruction, and let the jury hear that. So obviously they're definitely qualified. This is just formality, but yeah, so that's what's supposed to be going on right now, outside of the presence of the jury. And then when they're done, then the jury will come back in here and we'll get to Michael Proctor.
Yeah, I'm So I know I've referred to this website before. So it's called a see the mass dump. Talking about the
Hey,
Massachusetts.
John, you're not going to say nothing about my hair?
What did you do to? Oh, you got it cut. You got your ears lowered.
Not going to say nothing about my haircut I got?
Yeah, I said you got your ears lowered.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell the way you were sitting. So I'm looking at there's this website. It's called the Mass Dump, meaning the Massachusetts Dump.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got the Massachusetts State Police on here, and you can search by any kind of criteria. So I typed in letter, talking about letter of counseling or whatever the case may be, and in this Massachusetts State Police, boy, I mean, there's some serious allegations in here that were founded, and just a ton. I mean, a ton of letter of counseling, um, forfeiting 7 days. I mean, we're talking serious allegations: assault and battery, excessive force, conduct, profanity, written letter of reprimand. Um, I mean, the list just goes on and on. But the biggest thing that's sticking out is conduct. Um, and it's like it's the whole agency. It's like they can, I don't want to say condone this stuff, but
What do you want to say?
They're okay with it. Oh, well, we're just going to write you a letter of counseling, or you have to forfeit 7 days of your vacation time. I've never heard of forfeiting days of vacation time. That's your time. I mean, whether right or wrong, that's your time. But yeah, it's that's interesting.
Yeah. Another thing that was interesting. What was up before we get into the Karen Reed trial, as we're waiting for the fan to stop spinning around?
Yeah.
What was going on yesterday? Because you did the little deep dive with Vet LT3. What was
So
up with the
so long story short, so Young Thug is on trial for some RICO charges, money laundering, extortion, prostitution. There may be, don't quote me on this, but I think there might be even a murder charge in there or something. As the trial has gone on, now this started back, I think it was May or June of 2022, and they're saying this is going to go on until 2025. So anyway, his Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, him and Judge Glanville, they have had some back and forth the whole time. Anywhere from Judge Glanville not allowing certain evidence to be admitted, certain testimony to be admitted. That, I mean, the list goes on and on. Well, what happened was, so they've got a key witness to testify against Young Thug. He was granted immunity. Now, what I have read is that the immunity covered some murder charges, extortion, money laundering, and there was something else, some kind of a conspiracy charge. He was granted immunity for his testimony against Young Thug. All right, so he gets on the stand Friday and starts pleading the fifth. She's asking him, how old you are. He said grown. And so long story short, he was held in contempt. Well,
You
then
said long story short twice.
I know. Monday morning, the court didn't start till 11 o'clock. So Young Thug's attorney found out they had a secret meeting in the judge's chambers, which is
Good morning, counsel. Good morning,
so the
Ms.
judge
Reed.
or the attorney brought it to the judge's attention. The judge wants to know how he found out. He's not telling, and he was held in contempt. Ashley Merchant, who was Trump's attorney down in Fulton County, Georgia, is representing Mr. Steele now, and she's called the judge out. He's basically wrong. He can actually be removed from the bench. But he is said that Mr. Steele, Young Thug's attorney, has to spend 10 weekends in jail to serve his time, so maximum of 20 days.
10 weekends doesn't sound like a big deal.
Well, but he's not able to work on his client's stuff on the weekend, and that's one of the arguments that Merchant brought up. I mean,
But I tell you one thing he did accomplish. You
Yeah, I
now know his name, not just in Fulton. You know his name for
Oh,
a
yeah.
lawyer who speaks up.
There's one
So
instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that
that's a small price to pay.
digital evidence or
Well-
text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
So here we go with some witnesses. We are actually live right now on Kingdom Radio and Joe Lanew's YouTube page. We are live on Facebook, Kingdom Radio Texas. We are also live on X on Joe Lanew, Kingdom Radio Texas, and 2A Talk and Tactical, all streaming this live. Oh, it looks like we're going right to Michael Proctor. We're already done with those three witnesses.
Good morning.
Here comes the star of Monday.
Oh, I guess it's more about balloon knots. I want to hear when he talked about
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr.
he would
Jackson.
just wish she
Your Honor, as a
would
matter of
die.
housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680 to 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
So yeah, that's something that we haven't heard yet. We haven't heard the text message where Michael Proctor says, "I wish she would just go kill herself." That's something we have not heard that one yet. But he said a lot. I mean, I would just went ahead and just said that one, even though it doesn't sound very professional.
Yeah, I didn't write it down, but when right before they got into the guts of the text messages, there was a number of how many text messages in that thread. Wasn't it like 2,000 and something?
Well, yeah. I mean, when you look at how many times have you texted this person in the life of your phone, 20,000. But the FBI and the defense team has highlighted the ones that are around these dates, and these are the ones that they want to talk about that they feel like are incriminating, and they feel like these are the ones that can be used for trial purposes. The rest of them have nothing to do with it. So they've already combed through them. They're just showing a small window into what communications would have taken place about this trial on his phone. They're not going through, his whole entire phone. It's not.
Oh no, I wasn't insinuating. I'm just saying that about this subject here. I think it was like 2,000 and something text messages back and forth about Karen Reed and the case to and from Proctor, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think when he started off, Lally is just such a freaking boring person to listen to. But I think he was saying, how many text messages are on this? And it says 2,000, one of 10,000 or whatever. Is it fair to say that you do not hold a pamphlet of 2,000? No, this is not okay.
Yeah,
and this is just between the dates of this and this that starts in here. I mean, he started off every single packet with that. Would really just kind of give you a breather for a second, so you could just sit there and just ramp up for the next time he's going to embarrass himself again on TV, national TV. But definitely looking forward to see what Alan Jackson has to say. Alan Jackson was really taking it personally, in my opinion, that after this, any lawyer would have loved to have this opportunity to cross-examine Michael Proctor after he just said all of this stuff. This was the best opportunity that any defense counsel could ever be in, to talk about the lead investigator and already have it pitched down the middle, almost just sitting up on a tee, like T-ball. He's teed up on the golf course, just ready just to knock it out the park at Top Golf or something. But he would only be able to talk for maybe 15 minutes before it was like, let's call it a day. So do you think that Alan Jackson is going to start with such fire and brimstone and accusatory aggressively attacking Proctor, or you think today we're going to get a more relaxed?
No, I think he's just getting started on Proctor.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
I'm not running out of stickers. The stickers are in order, and I need to have the stickers put on there correct. It's too much work.
Deal with this.
So you must be talking about the other text messages that they
Let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for
Did you
identification.
see Lizzie Proctor's response to the testimony on Monday?
Yeah. She did something that we all thought any woman would do that has 2 children, about 2 years of age. She protected her husband. She said, hey, man, everyone's out to get him. He's a nice guy. And there's really a murderer that you should be paying attention to. But instead, you're talking about him, and he had a tweet that has nothing to do with it. We're getting harassed. And I can imagine the harassment that they received. I completely can understand that. But she's sticking with her husband, and, that's what I want my wife to do for me, too.
Well, and I would, too. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, I'd back my spouse up, but Lord, that'd be a tense household.
Well, it's like a controlled narrative. In the house, nobody's saying, hey, you're guilty, and why'd you say? I mean, that's not the conversations having in the house. You're supporting each other and not talking about the incriminating stuff,
2620. Then packet 2628. 2634, and finally.
This is the entrance into the courtroom.
Mr. Jackson, is it true that Michael Proctor is going to have to refer to you as daddy on the stand now? Is that a rumor or is that confirmed? Aaron, do you think Michael Proctor regrets planting taillight? That means yes, I think. That means yes. We'll see.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you.
I wonder how many followers he's picked up since this started.
It's 50,000. 50,000. He had like 15,000. He went to 75,000. And he had 11,000 watching live on YouTube, which was a record for him last night.
Daddy.
Yeah, call me daddy. That was Aiden Carney. He was delivering the hard-hitting questions this morning as people were entering the courtroom.
I mean, the circumstances are not funny, but on that side of it, that is pretty comical.
It's entertaining. Whoa, Joe LaNue.
There he is.
At least one for sure in Texas. I knew that there would be coming a time where LaNue would have something derogatory to say about the person who actually broke the case open and brought all of this to light. But there he is. It's the law enforcement apologist himself, Joe LaNue.
Hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, no, he's in the stream, but I guess
is he?
Well, he logged into it at some point, but
okay.
yeah, he's not actually present. But I would imagine after these comments I just made, he'll be here pretty quick.
Yeah, he's going to defend himself. He's going to be doing a data dump on your computer.
A data dump.
I want to know what he's Googled about me.
Yeah. Dante, what have we uncovered? What have we uncovered this over the last day and a half?
Is Dante here?
Yeah, Dante's been commenting already.
I'm in full screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dante.
Thank you.
Dante says Proctor gets promoted and Karen Reed and Brian Higgins gets married.
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
Morning, Big Ron. Got Big Ron in the house. Ron could be a
Can you take a look
judge.
at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Here's
Yes.
their 10 seconds of fame.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
Oh,
I want to
hell.
take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, I maybe
Said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
Ooh.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
It's gonna be a
Well, he's
long
not gonna
freaking day,
receive any
dog.
Shit, sir,
Hello.
because he had Mr. Albert,
Is it
the homeowner,
lunchtime
had
yet?
nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the, finish
Yeah.
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
But I will
ma'am.
give him
fact
some
of the matter
credit.
is,
He did not
you
kill
hadn't been
himself
to the
over
crime scene
over the 2
by the
days.
This
time
is
you wrote
true.
this text, correct?
I ain't gonna lie.
Correct.
You
I
hadn't
had
been
that in
inside the
back of my
home,
mind.
correct?
No.
You had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard.
Yeah, I agree,
you
Big
decided
Ron.
to
He's
use the word
CYOAN.
Correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
from
or no?
medical.
That's yes or no?
He's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
Oh, that's a good one.
0095
Chip
writes,
and Bear.
what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
No.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough,
plus.
a person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
This is getting good. Let's go.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
I had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
I just gonna be a long day, bro.
Correct.
Yeah.
5051.
What's
then
up,
writes,
Joe?
the
Lanew's in.
BPD have any jurisdiction here
What's up,
because it
Joey?
was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Morning.
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
It's gonna be a long day, bro.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back. I'm sorry. Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. '5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us.
Or, yeah,
You didn't,
something
did you?
stinks.
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated
Bev is not cutting for them
we're going to
cops
put
no more.
serious charges on the
No,
girl.
she ain't.
Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. Everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it?
You see that lady
We're
back
going to
there in
follow
the
the
olive
evidence and
shirt?
make sure
She
we
was
do
shaking
this
her head,
thoroughly.
yeah.
The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
Yeah, this is case closed, dude. The case is over.
5051,
Oh,
a little
God.
further down says,
The only person who's
Gotta
probably
be.
believing Proctor is Joe
I
Lemieux
can
at
only
this point.
imagine what internal affairs at
And his
DPD
wife.
are trying to get out there,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
Meaning,
I think deep down, Joe.
this person,
Joe don't
5051,
believe him.
was
Yeah,
going
both of you are
to
full of
introduce
shit.
your
I've never
mind.
cut for this
You
dude.
interpret
I never
that
cut
as
for any of
being
these cops. Both of you
Boston
just full of
police are gonna
shit.
have a lot to
You
answer
too,
for,
John.
given the
You
fact that
buy
another
that
Boston police
bullshit.
officer was
He's a-
found dead
A little touchy,
on that
isn't he,
officer's
Kenny?
lawn, correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Come
That's
on,
what you
Alan.
wrote,
Let's hear it,
correct?
dude.
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Put some emphasis on it so the
Yes.
jurors
Into
can
your
hear it.
objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Misread.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in.
In a leaky
A
balloon
little
knot.
comedy. Not newsworthy then. Correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it different.
But you are emphasizing these cuss
17
words
hours into this
to the
investigation,
max,
Trooper
dog.
Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
Murder was
After the day's
case that they
investigation
gave
with
me.
multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office who went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure, because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
Jackson
And
is
what did you-
talking
how
like
did
he
you
has
respond
experience using
to
these
Bird
words.
saying, good,
We're going to need to see Bird
no
on the
ass
stand.
bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you?
You thought
Trooper Proctor?
did, yeah.
Thought that was funny?
Fucking bitch
It
ass.
was
hoe.
unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Is it too late to get
Then
the
you sent
parental
a picture.
advisory warning?
Just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't.
Look at Karen Reed's mom and dad behind having to listen to this. That's got to be tough too.
Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 25.
I think under the circumstances, they're probably pretty happy they're hearing this, because this could be very beneficial to Karen Reed.
Yeah, and someone defending the honor of
Are you
their
there, Trooper
daughter.
Proctor?
Yes.
Leaky balloon knot of of all
The date
things.
is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
Yeah, not the chief of police, someone else.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot
Yeah, we're going to talk about this
Oh
for
my
a while.
God. Let's talk about the balloon knot. Explain to the juries what
Yeah,
a balloon knot
Karen's
is.
like, yeah, please explain to me what it is.
Your
This is
essentially,
great.
I guess your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed?
Rage minded.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Yeah, that's the daily
Right,
double.
so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed
sure
that
you
up
get
with
it
the
in.
phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
The old brown eye. I was surprised that so many people haven't heard the term balloon knot before. I'm surprised that
I had not.
no one had ever heard that
Were you
before.
aware at the time that you
I
wrote
heard that
this
in middle school, East
that
Coast.
Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery?
I don't
Very
recall
serious
hearing it.
surgery?
I was not,
Or-
sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years
Damn.
prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course he did. How would he not know?
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sir.
I like that badge, man. Big Ron, I do like that badge. You guys have them badges. There is a little called into question about the star ranking system, but I do love the
You
badges.
decided
That's
that
great.
you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
Unfortunately not.
No, sir.
It's a human punching bag up there. It's like Glass Joe, man. Mike Tyson's punch out.
Let's
It's
skip to
terrible.
2543.
This is when your corner would throw the towel in, like he's had enough.
On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m.
Yeah, I think he's going to
a
drive
person by
this
the name
one
of
home.
Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
This is it.
And you
I mean,
wrote
this is where
nothing,
the defense
writing
wins
on
the
warrants.
case if they
that
keep
right?
driving this guy into the ground.
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you, sidebar. Take that down, please.
All right, so we're going to keep on beating him up. We're going to keep on hitting him with rib shots and face shots, and he's going to look like John O'Keefe by the time this testimony is over. But you think we're going to get him off the stand today, or we're just going to just keep on swinging this until they say, okay, he's had enough?
I think the judge is going to have to say it's had enough. I think the defense is going to keep him on that seat as long as possible. Everything he says is good for the defense. And he's clearly painted in the worst light an officer could be painted in.
Yeah, and as Vet LT3 knows about this, your blind support for the police officers, it looks like he does have in the question that, are you still backing these cops, Joe Lanou? So I'd like to hear an answer myself.
I'd like to go back and find out wherever backed him in the first damn place. But, you know,
yeah,
I'm not as good as Turtle Boy. Can ask him, are you going to call it? You going to call your daddy today? That was hard hitting reporting.
Without reference to the specifics.
I do like
of
he.
what was-
We'll talk
I'm
about it
going to
later,
see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
or we can talk about it right now. So Turtle Boy last night on his Tuesday and Saturday show, he was showing the body cam footage of when they were following his daughter's school bus, and it had some audio in there where they arrested him, and then just like that video that you had on the police use of force on Friday, once they arrested him and put him in handcuffs, then they walked him inside of his house, and all the officers were in there, including Tully. Vet saying, I didn't say that, Kingdom. You sounded like Proctor. Anyway, but it showed the body cam footage when the officers went inside of his house and they arrested him, and he's looking for his medicine out of his car, and then they're locking the door for him and shutting the garage door and making sure everything's taken care of. Then it shows him going into the Canton Police Department, and all the news and media outlet is watching him get out of the car, but he had all the body cam footage that he was showing last night on the show. It was pretty interesting. And he pointed out a lot of things last night. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we've already talked about, but there were a few things like we talked about earlier in the show when
you are unmuted.
Karen Reed's car backed into John O'Keefe's, and they're saying, hey, you would have been able to see the red because the contrast between the red and the snow. And he was like, well, if that's true, how come you didn't find the 43 pieces of tail light just like 30 minutes later in broad daylight?
Used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
Yeah, you failed that
Being
test.
honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those texts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Range-minded, this is not the time or place to talk about cops that
As the lead
maybe
investigator
are a little
in this case, you were tasked with the
not as honest
responsibility
as
of
we'd
making
like them to be.
sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
Hey, Joe, do you think we're going to get into like the two different shoes or actual like evidence? I mean, this is fun, but do you think he's actually going to get into disproving the evidence at some point?
He's going to be there for a while.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
Yeah, when Proctor was in front of the federal grand jury in February, he said they had no relationship with any of the McCabe's or Alberts. This dude has really lied to the federal grand jury, and as defense counsel Alan Jackson has said, he's fucked.
There you are.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Please do not refer to that as a federal grand jury. And another thing, I'm sure the jury's thinking, how in the hell do they have Michael Proctor's personal cell phone records? How in the hell do they have it? I mean, they have to be asking, how do they have his cell phone records? This is weird. I mean, I don't think the jury knows it's from he's being investigated by the FBI and a federal grand jury. This is not news, but they have to be putting the pieces together. Joe?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to figure out what your question is. Do you think they're wondering how they have his cell phone data?
You know, it's a Karen Reed murder trial. Why the hell do they have the personal cell phone records from the lead investigator? That's not normal.
well, but there was allegations
I don't know how to answer that.
of corruption. So, I mean, they're going to.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'd like to get
your cell phone is
records of,
susceptible to be subpoenaed at any time in any case, as long as there's something that pops up that thinks that the defense wants to pull it, or even the prosecution wants to pull it. It's just a subpoena to grab the. You can get a warrant, but in most cases, you need a warrant to actually do a cell phone dump. A subpoena will get all the records from the carrier.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else that doesn't support the police, like Joe Lanou, can answer that? Because I think if you would say, "Hey, Your Honor, I would like to get Joe Lanou's personal cell phone records," you would say, "For what?" No. I mean, you can request whatever you want, but the answer is no. You're not getting those. For what? It has nothing.
No, you don't go without probable cause, knucklehead. And I'm just sure, like I said, what your question was. You started out with, was the jury's wondering how do they have his cell phone records? Well, that's how you get them, either subpoena or a warrant. And both of those, you have to give some underlying probable cause how to get those. But I know it works different on TV.
But Karen Reed couldn't have got those.
Yes.
Only the FBI grand jury is the only reason they have it. They weren't going to get
Her
that.
attorney can get those, absolutely.
Quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question was,
Little
did
to
you know
know
most of the
doesn't sound the
Alberts?
same.
The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll allow
Let
it.
him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that sustained? Why is that objected and I'm sustained?
Your Honor, this is the point at which
Self-incriminating?
I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
I didn't get the reason why that last one, you couldn't ask him that question.
Well, I mean, then he would be admitting like self-incrimination, so to speak.
But you're allowed to ask someone a question about that, right, Joe?
Not sure I didn't catch the foundation for the objection.
Well,
What do you object
they do it
to?
mind reading. The question was, we were just talking about, you said you didn't have a relationship or know the McCabe's or the McAlberts, and his answer was no. So Alan Jackson's trying to break it down. You're saying that you didn't know the Alberts? You didn't know any of the Alberts? You're saying that you didn't know any of the Alberts? Objection. Even when
Well,
he
he-
broke it down to
Well,
just,
he
I
asked
don't
him.
know. I don't know.
Well, he said he knew 3 of them. He said, so when you said you did not know any of the Alberts, that would be a lie.
yeah, that was the question that was objected to. Obviously, it's a lie. They're trying to go to sidebar over here and say it's obviously a lie. You can't ask it this way for whatever reason, but this case is over. He definitely should have brought this information up, and he should not have been on the case because he's way too close to it. But Alan Jackson's doing a pretty good job. But Aunt Bev, she was on his side, but apparently, according to our sources in the courtroom, I don't want to mention the name, but to our sources in the courtroom, they're saying that they put the pictures of the photos on the actual screen so the jury can read it, and Aunt Bev was not happy and made them take those down. So it looks like there is a little shift, and Aunt Bev is not cutting for the defense as she was on Friday or even earlier today. On Monday or earlier today, and looks like she's back to protecting Michael Proctor in this case.
So, hypothetical question, Joe. If, as Alan Jackson, you know in your mind you've got this wrapped up, do you continue exposing him for everything he's done in the hopes that his agency will just like keep piling this stuff up and have reason to, or have a better reason to let him go? Did that make sense?
I think the answer, let's see. Oh, here, let me add Joe back. Joe, you there? Yeah, he was removed. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I think the answer to this one is, yeah, you keep him up on the stand and you ask him as many things as you possibly can, and you just make him look like the lead investigator is so shady. There's all of these things that you need to pay attention to, ladies and gentlemen. He should have recused himself. He was talking in a very unprofessional way. He didn't handle this. He jumped to conclusions. He already had his mind made up at the very beginning. He towed that truck without even finding a piece of taillight on the ground. They called for that tow truck, didn't even have time to even see that the taillight was even busted out. He called for that tow truck. Why? I mean, I think you keep him up there just like when Lally would call a witness and he'd have him just explaining the whole entire case from start to finish. You really can't ask anyone but Trooper Proctor, because Trooper Proctor is the one that found everything. So he would be the correct one to ask all these questions. And now's your opportunity. I think you keep him on there as long as you can. If you can keep him on the stand for 3-4 days, you keep him on there until they say he's had enough. And the jury is just like, I don't think the trial should continue past his testimony. And that's really what you're trying to accomplish, in my opinion, with Michael Proctor.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I don't know.
You definitely don't take the person that they didn't even want to call to the stand for a reason, and now that he has all these incriminating messages, and the jury couldn't even hear it allegedly on Monday because he's speaking so soft. We heard it on TV, but the jury could not hear it in the courtroom because he's speaking so soft, very soft-spoken person. Now the jury is hearing a lot of this stuff for the first time that we heard on Monday, and it's very damning. The case is falling apart. Bev has an obligation to at least have this case and more people. We have Tully is supposed to be coming on next, and he's going to be giving, some more testimony about what happened. So I think you just keep Proctor up there as long as possible, and you just keep beating that dead horse until they say mercy. Oh, yeah. Joe had to put some bourbon in his coffee dealing with me. I agree. Heck yeah, vet. I agree 100%. Yeah, Joe is a little irritated with me calling him a police apologist, a law enforcement apologist, but the shoe fits, right, Joe?
He's giving you the silent treatment.
I know, dude. Yeah, it's like, look, I'm fucking done with you, Kingdom. Not just on the show, on a personal level. Don't text me or call me again. We're done.
I am not talking to you.
Yeah, but this trial definitely is probably one of the best trials that I've ever heard in my life. And when are you going to put it on some court TV and hear stuff like this? But then again, we have what just happened yesterday in Fulton County, where they arrest the defense counsel for contempt of court, and he has to do 20 days in jail. I mean, that was also on Crime and Law, or Law and Crime. The YouTube channel. It was like, oh my goodness, things are really heating up and covering trials. I've kind of got addicted to this case, but I don't think it's going to stop with this case.
Oh no. Yeah, and that was the other thing was the judge held him in criminal contempt. So keyword criminal, but he's basically for all intents and purposes denying him a hearing. Ashley Merchant point out that the judge himself is now a witness, so therefore it has to be heard by an impartial judge, because the judge can't be a witness and the judge at the same time. And he's like, no, we ain't doing all that. And he's standing by his ruling. So that's going to be interesting. And it all falls down at the feet of Fonnie Willis.
Well,
in her corrupt
because
way.
of Trump, I think you have a extra sensitivity to the justice system steamrolling people and things like that. And cases like this, or cases that are in comparison with this, it kind of drives the point home a little bit more than the American justice system would like you to see. But you're starting to see more and more and more and more of this kind of stuff. And I agree with Big Ron as far as bourbon, especially if you're drinking some high quality bourbon, Vet LT3, you don't pour it in coffee, especially if you're drinking high quality coffee as well. Big Ron also says, in this case, we were watching last night, John.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about that case with the rapper?
Yeah, me and Ron was talking about it.
Yeah. That's crazy, because that's another RICO case. So it's the same as Trump was tied up in a RICO case. The rapper, Young Thug, he's also connected together in this RICO case. And I thought something interesting is once they took his attorney out, the attorney's like, hey, I can't represent him by watching it on TV. You took me out of the court. How am I going to defend my client? And then they're like, no, this other lady now is your client. And then Young Thug was like, no, hold on, that ain't my lawyer. They're like, no, this is your lawyer. The whole thing's a shit show over there,
Well,
and it's national news.
You are unmuted.
And she ran on attacking RICO cases. They've got other issues as well. But anyway,
What do you think was said in sidebar?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I imagine the question was asked is how much longer is this raking him over the coals going to go on?
Raking him over the coals.
Oh yeah. And while we're here, can you tell me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
it's like, can we stop mentioning Brian Albert, please? I have a judicial obligation to not mention Brian Albert's name at all.
Yeah.
Or I'll lose my job. So can you please, whatever you ask him, just stop mentioning the body was found at Brian Albert's house. Please stop doing that.
and let's not forget, if she is found not guilty, this is going to open up some other doors into looking at other people.
I don't think so.
You don't?
No. You're not going to see justice. You'll look at some people, but you're not going to get a conviction of murder.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Where's Jackson going with this? They're going to try to get Colin Albert and
Matter of
why
fact,
he was not
You
questioned?
were on or around January 29th, 2022. You were close
don't
enough
know.
friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Zoom tight.
Yeah, I think they're making a clear case that he should have been recused himself, but he is not willing to admit anything about he should have recused himself. He did not know them that well or know them at all, or he knew who they were, but they didn't have a relationship. I mean, he's sticking to that one all the way to the end.
Can we move to
And that's why I was saying the other
tab
day, even
5,
if there was a hint, I would have at least talked to a
C as in Charlie.
supervisor and make sure I was clear.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if it ever came up again, you're like, well, I thought there was something. I brought it to my
Yes.
supervisor. He said it was good, so I continued. Boom, case closed. You know, let's talk about the Sally Port now where I broke the taillight out. Let's talk about that.
If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them,
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have just a moment. Yes. You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with, why don't you show it to him? I may have the wrong report.
Alan Jackson has the wrong report. Now, what is that chick supposed to be doing? Isn't that her job to make sure he has the right report?
Do you recall Trooper Proctor
Yeah.
ever mentioning that whether or not Julie
Well, I don't
and
know.
Chris
She's
mentioned to
asking
you that their
questions
son had
early
been
on.
at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, what was Higgins'
You
first
might need to
name?
look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether
Brian
that,
Higgins?
that call
Brian,
was
that's
made
it.
and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May
please.
I approach you on? Yes.
So just a month after John O'Keefe was killed, Julie Albert's texting the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, and asking him to send
Thank you.
her pictures from a
Highlighted
ski
portion,
vacation he was
Proctor.
taking.
Focus your attention.
He
on
claims he
what
was
you
not
know.
friends with the Alberts.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
That's per Turtle Boy. That is interesting.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677.
Yeah, all these mixed. They like the first name Brian.
Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister Courtney texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine, just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You're literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Your Honor, what you're objecting to is his sister and Julie Albert, the homeowner who's married to Brian Albert, that the dead body, John O'Keefe, is found on the front yard. Michael Proctor's sister and Julie Albert are like best friends. So the women are communicating with each other regarding the case. He's telling his sister all the details of the case, who they're interviewing, updating her 4 to 5 times a day, which is not normal. But he's like, oh, I talk to my sister 4 and 5 times a day, every day, because what you're going to hear from the defense is going to sound super fucking suspicious. So I'm texting my sister 4 and 5 and 6 times a day, telling her details of the case so she can relay that information to the person who is like really on edge, wanting more and more information to make sure that today is going good. So she's relaying it to Julie Albert. Alan Jackson's trying to lay that foundation here, and he's probably just trying to let the judge know, Bev, this is the direction I'm going. I need you to let me let this through.
Yes, thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous. That's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
I mean, how can you not? I mean, to a degree.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was.
Yes.
The nature of the case.
Correct.
That it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
And Chris
Matter
Albert,
of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to.
yeah, Colin Albert said it was a comfortable interview, and it was like he wasn't
You're right.
aggressive. It was like friends talking. That's what
Homicide.
Colin
correct?
Albert testified to. Remember?
Yeah.
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
I mean, I know they are, but the jurors are keeping up with all this.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
But how could you rule them out that soon?
But you hadn't
She then
found any
writes,
taillight
This
yet.
is your
Right,
livelihood.
that's what I'm saying. How can
Didn't
you
she?
rule them out that
She
soon?
did.
Meaning
yeah.
this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing too specific.
Newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
anybody, witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
people, whatever.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim
and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mrs. Jackson.
I can ask it a different
No,
way.
this is reminding me of the Mark Furman
Did you ever see
interview
information about
with an O.J. Simpson trial. This was like
communications that Julie
the Mark
Albert may or may
Furman
not have been having
interview.
with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records.
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
I wonder if they did a
We're
phone
well
dump
aware
on his
from the
sister's
very
phone.
beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at,
Bullshit.
obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone.
Yeah, Dante, you look for
I'm
worried about this.
Yes.
Matter of fact,
This
you
could
wouldn't
impact
take
my
a witness's
future
word for
free sweet
almost
teas.
anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
And I need to hear on a sidebar.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to?
Your license plate is Honest John.
Or witnesses with apostrophe, S
No,
apostrophe,
I don't know where you got that
state
from.
with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might
Oh,
be
he's saying that's my
witnesses,
eBay
right?
username.
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
One slightly
Correct.
worn
Might be
blue
looking
light
at
plate.
geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is.
still
You might
works.
pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If if there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Now, who is Julian Nagel?
So Julie Nagel is the one young lady who was actually at the party, and her brother came to pick her up and was right behind Karen Reed when she dropped off John O'Keefe at the party. He's the one that's seen that she was in the car and the hands were tending to and the lights were on and John O'Keefe was in the house. Julie Nagel stayed in the house and she also testified to a few things in this case, but that's who Julie Nagel is. She was a participant at the party on the night in question.
Oh, okay.
And more than likely, she 100% knew that there was a murder inside the house. There would be no reason not to, because just an hour later, you have Jennifer McCabe giving her a ride home, whether Brian McCabe gave her a ride home to make sure she kept her story straight. And when she testified, she definitely didn't say nothing about that there was a murder inside the house and all this stuff, but she knew for sure. But she stuck to her story pretty good if she didn't.
Interesting.
But her brother's testimony, Brian Nagel pretty much, through his testimony, proved that John O'Keefe got out of the car and there was no other where he could have been besides inside that house.
Accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel? Yes. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense?
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson? Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told you
Zach
this-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize that you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that on the?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8?
He's definitely on to something right now. You knew Colin Albert was in there and you purposely did not put him in there on that report.
360 app or its data from Celebrate report.
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see council in 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's a good resource. Life 360.
Well, it doesn't look like Bev wants to put a lot of information in that's really making him look freaking guilty, bro. Super making Michael Proctor look guilty. He's covering for Colin Albert. Everyone knows it, that he's hiding things. He didn't do a very good police investigation. He knew for a fact that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her SUV before he even seen the taillight. There was no taillight found on the ground at 7 in the morning, 9 in the morning. 2 hours later, they abandoned the scene completely. He calls for a tow truck before he even sees the SUV. He calls that Dighton police officer that testified on Monday before on the way to look at her SUV. Said, I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. Call me when you're 10 minutes away. He hadn't even fucking seen the SUV, if it even had a cracked taillight at that time, and already knew she was guilty. Already was texting his friends and his sister at 3:00 in the afternoon saying that Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe. He hadn't even seen, he already was going to tow the truck and hadn't even seen it yet. He is so freaking guilty. This is obviously a cover up. The whole entire thing's a sham, and it's coming out right now. And Aunt Bev is trying her best to prevent some of this stuff from coming in. I think that is so clear right here.
Yeah, I agree. Jeez, just when you think it can't get any worse.
Well, I wouldn't say it's getting worse. I think it's getting better.
Well, I mean, for him.
It's going to get worse before it gets better for Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor has no business whatsoever being a Massachusetts state police whatsoever. Veteran LT3 also agrees. I haven't read what he said, but I'm sure he does. He said, no due diligence to look into any witnesses in a homicide investigation. Shitty work. He had his mind made up, and that's 100% accurate. Vet, if you go into the content creators, you can grab an invite to StreamYard, and you can jump in here with us if you'd like to. Joe is not feeling good today. He was sick last night. He was feeling a little ill, and I'm sure my comments probably wasn't helping. But we all hope that Joe has a speedy recovery and he's feeling better a little bit later. But yeah, I agree. This whole thing is just crazy. Alan Jackson is trying to walk them into saying this is what's going on and this is what he has done, and he's clearly hiding, and he should have recused himself. But Bev is not allowing a lot of this in, even though Alan Jackson's saying it and the jury is hearing it. It's not actually being introduced as evidence that they should consider. But in my opinion, John, I don't think the jury needs to take any more fucking notes. The jury doesn't need to take any more notes, dude. I mean, take notes for what? You're just waiting so you can go back to work. You know, you can go back to whatever your normal life was while they keep you for another 2 weeks, when the first second they say, okay, jury, you can go ahead and deliberate. I don't even need to go back into a room. I mean, I'll go back and get a free lunch or something, but I don't need to go back into the room.
Yeah.
We already know he's guilty. I mean, innocent, 100%.
I think this is, it'll be interesting to see how quick they come back with a verdict.
Oh, record-breaking time would be my guess.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be a telltale right there. And you know, and it don't always happen, but be interesting to for somebody to interview one or a few of the jurors and see what was going through their head and what was their key moments and their aha dates and so forth. That'll be interesting.
And I like what Dante's saying. Dante, I hope that one day that you'll come on here with us and give some of this live perspective. But you're right. They took Buchanan's personal vehicle because the police department doesn't in Massachusetts, of all things, state police department, they do not have a vehicle that can drive in the snow. So the fact that at 5:30 that all of these officers showed up in their squad cars, this is not for Michael Proctor or, Bukaki. They can't show up. They have to show up in a vehicle that doesn't have a dash cam, AKA the Ford F-150 of Buchanan or Bukaki, however Julie Albert likes to refer to his name. In court under testimony, she said his name was pronounced Bukaki. That's why we were using that pronunciation of it, based on what was brought up in court. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point. There's no dash cam on the Ford F-150, so you go out there, so there's really no evidence, but you're going out there calling to get a tow truck and to get this taillight on a car that you haven't even seen, that the taillight's broken. They already had it in their mind. It's clearly a frame job. Are you seeing the same thing here, John?
I am. And, you're talking about the the cameras and stuff like that. And not all of our vehicles had in-car cameras and whatnot. But this audit that Joe was talking about the other day, I mean, they're installing up-to-date cameras. They're getting new body-worn cameras, and I would like to see their new policies on stuff like that. But it was
nude policies. The nude for nudes.
Yeah, nude for nudes. And
nude photo policies.
I knew something was up a while back when they're interviewing people at their house. You don't, I mean, and especially not even recording it. I mean, it's just sloppy, and there's no telling what else is out there that they're not even bringing into court as to how they handled this case.
What do you think about what Dante just said? What if she would have said, I did it, I killed him, like I did it? Because isn't that what that lying piece of shit fucking Bukaki said? When I was over there that day, she said, I hit him. So what if they were going to say, okay, let's arrest her because she's confessing to the crime? Were they going to put her in the back of the F-150?
Well, I mean, you can always call for a car that's got a cage in it or something like that.
Well, they did call for the Dighton Police Department, but it was just for the tow truck, not to arrest her.
Yeah. And that's policy or agency policy. Some agencies do not allow you to put a detainee in the front. I know our highway patrol, they do. I mean, they can, I should say, detained or even not detained. They can put them in the front for different reasons. But, so I get the question. I don't know. It is going to come down to the agency's policy on that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is probably one of the, on top of everything else, this is probably one of the worst ones I've seen as far as evidence procurement, investigative techniques. I mean, I can't get over using a blower to blow the snow away and looking for evidence. I mean, who's to say now that the evidence wasn't somewhere else before they blew it away? Oops. Where was this? I don't know. The whole thing stinks.
Yeah, if somebody, which we already know, is alleging that it's a police cover-up, would you say that person's out of their mind, or you agree that it's a police cover-up?
I would go so far right now as to say, yeah, they're covering something up. If you'd asked me a week ago, I would have said, yeah, I see where you're coming from on that, and something's not right just based on the way that they've handled this case. But now, yeah, I mean, clearly they're covering something up. And now I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, how deep does this actually go?
I know.
I mean, you're talking about Canton Police Department. I think Dighton's clean.
Yes, I do too.
But then
I think Dighton's laughing at him. I think Dighton's like, see, guys, look at these guys, because I'm sure they have numerous stories of how they've done some stupid shit. And now that they're actually on the news and on, millions of people are watching how shitty this investigation goes. I guarantee they are also in their squad car right now as someone's whizzing by them at 90 miles an hour. They're not even going to stop and give a speeding ticket because they're glued to their phone watching Kingdom Radio with John Cox and Ron from Kingdom Radio. And they're just watching this trial like, oh my God, they just loving every minute of it, of these corrupt cops that are making these good cops look bad. They're loving every minute of it, and they just cannot wait. I mean, this is speculation, but they're just waiting for these motherfuckers just to be removed from the police force that people trust. Get these fucking guys out of here so we can start building back, the trust in the police department here locally. These fucking guys just got to go. And I'm sure they've known it for years.
Oh yeah. Well, and I know I keep referring back to it, but this Massachusetts public records dump, a lot of these complaints on here also are officers and troopers, I should say, not following policy and procedure. So I mean, and now you look at this case, so now it makes me wonder, well, what is the policy and procedure? What should they have done versus what did they do?
Yeah.
I mean, because they've let them go with a slap on the hand for not following policy and procedure. So you get complacent with it. Well, they're not going to do anything. We're just going to take a shortcut. We're going to take a shortcut.
You can't fire me because last year I helped out so-and-so with this one case, and now he owes me one. There's no way he could fire me because then I'm going to say that, this other thing happened. So you kind of get like a politician who's been in politics for 30 years. So many people have something on you and then so many other, vice versa, that you really are kind of invincible and above the law since your friends make and enforce the law, politicians and law enforcement, that when you're connected in that field, I see why the wives are actually, if you were referring earlier as the show started about, what's his name? The guy who's testifying right now just drew a freaking blank.
Oh, Proctor,
Michael Proctor's wife, and she's talking about, this and this person should be, getting arrested, and this person should, be taken to jail for intimidation, and the people are coming by. You feel like you're above the law because you are. I mean, all of your friends and family enforce the law, so you can really have them cover, take care of your personal vendettas. And, if there's a murder, you're connected enough with friends that you could actually get around it. And they would have, if this was any other person, if it wasn't Karen Reed, if it was me, if it was you, if it was people listening online who are not rich and don't have the money to get the white Johnny Cochran up there, or Johnny Cochran, as we say, to have good representation like that, your ass would be in freaking prison right now. You would be hoping that they give you this plea deal that you not do 20 years. They've already taken everything away from you. You done lost your house, your car, anything you had a payment on is gone. Your wife, your kids, they all gone. They don't want to be a part of it. I've been, I have experience in this kind of thing right here. You're just like, look, 25 years, but if you sign right here and say you're guilty, I'm just going to give you 8. And you're just going to say, fucking make it stop, dude. Make it stop. Or you're going to have a court-appointed attorney who's not going to have access to all this other shit, and your ass is just going to be guilty, and they're not going to let that court-appointed attorney that can barely put a few sentences together that's working for the, they're in cahoots. They don't want to ruffle any feathers. Your ass is going away with a conviction, 100%. There's no way that, all these cops and the chief of police and all these people are lying. Give me a break. There's no way.
Well, they can't hold some of these troopers accountable because there's other troopers that were guilty, and I use that term loosely, but they were guilty of doing the same thing. So you can't fire somebody and then say, well, you didn't fire so-and-so for doing the same thing. It looks like the whole damn agency needs to be wiped clean. And I hate to say that because I'm sure there's some good cops up there, but geez.
Well, even if you wipe it clean, you come back with the Canton Police Department. It's in the same building. It's the same Sally Port. It's the same. I mean, the lady who's working at the whatever, you're not going to say, well, I'm going to just fire everybody, but I'm going to hire you back. So the rebuilding it's impossible to not have the police. You're going to have a police, and it's impossible just to say everyone's fired and then I'll just hire back. What you have to do is you have to figure out the people who are involved and put them on a temporary leave of suspension, maybe paid until your investigation's complete, and then just remove these people that have any hint of maybe something happened. I mean, there are some officers that probably don't fit this description, but when you take out the chief is already, retired, you have the Brian Alberts and the Brian McCabe and the ATF agent Brian Higgins and all of these people, 100% you're gone. Michael Proctor, you're gone. You're gone, dude. All of these guys, you're not in law enforcement. Whether you're guilty of something or whether we need to put some charges on you, that's a whole nother thing. But as far as active duty law enforcement, there's no way, dude. There's no credibility whatsoever of any case moving forward. Every attorney is going to look at this and say,
oh yeah, they're going to scrutinize.
Oh, Michael Proctor was just assigned to a murder case 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he was just assigned to another murder case. He's actively working at the Massachusetts State Police. He's not like, well, let's do like Brian Higgins. Let's put him on some administrative desk work and not assign him. He's not a case officer at this point. Let's just kind of put him on the sidelines until we see what happens. That's ATF with the federal investigation going on. Let's just kind of sideline him, but not Proctor. Proctor's in the middle of the action. Because what Proctor did was he covered a lot of ass, not just his own. He's covered a lot of people's asses. He's put his neck and his family and his reputation out on the line when he was not in that house. He was not at that party, and he has nothing to do with killing John O'Keefe, but he definitely fucking has something to do with covering it up. And he's like the main character, him and his boss going hand in hand. And these fucking text messages, oh my God, dude. I am so surprised that he is alive on Wednesday morning and in this courtroom, because I know that he had to have been thinking about, is it really worth living anymore? Because this is fucking torture, dude. Torture.
Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, even if they let him go, I mean, I feel like his career as a law enforcement officer is done. But then, who else is going to hire him after this? I mean, yeah, I mean, the integrity's gone.
Maybe someplace in Wyoming or something.
Yeah.
But, as far as law enforcement's concerned, anytime anyone gets a whiff that I think it's national news. I think anyone who is arrested or has them in the police force, as soon as one person gets some kind of something and Michael Proctor is connected in any way, he wasn't even the police officer. He was just friends with them, or he had access to the case at any point. I think you're going to bring this case up 100%, and it's just going to be regurgitating. You can't trust this guy. He's already lied. He's already covered up this murder. You can't have him in any kind of law enforcement. I would say bouncer at a club, security, something like that would be the closest thing he gets to a gun and pretending he's you should listen to him when he's talking.
Yeah, and I thought about this too. I'm wondering if they thought in their head this was going to be a open and shut case, and it wasn't going to evolve into what it's evolved in, and now they have literally got caught with their pants down.
Well, Vet, you bring up a good point, bro. Did we share the link? I mean, are you in the content creators group, Vet LT3? What am I doing here? Let me search for Vet LT3.
I think you put it in there. Somebody did.
Yeah, he was asking. Here, I just put it into the Kingdom Radio link, which is on Kingdom Radio YouTube channel. Or let me see if I can message Vet LT3. Oh, here he is right here. Message Vet LT3. All right, I just sent it to you on X, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out. Come in with us. He said they'd have his black ass under the prison. It's like, all right, bro. I just sent it to you, man. Jump on in here. So we're gonna have Vet LT3 on live. There he is. There he is. There he is.
Hello, fellas. Hello.
What's up, Vet LT3?
Man, just putting on some gutters, listening to this stuff. I'm just shocked, man. Oh my gosh, man, what's going on? But like my comment said earlier, I don't know if I mean cover up. I can see that, but it's more of if I just don't look into it as deep, then they can't get me for a cover up. I'm just an ignorant cop. Not you know what I'm saying. I'm just the cop that just didn't do his due diligence. You know, it could be that as well. You know, but that's still a cover up, but just a different
You
version
really
of it.
think that?
No, I think what happened was he got a whiff of it probably being his homies, or just a whiff, maybe nothing concrete, and then was like, let me just go ahead and fuck all this up.
Well, refusing to interview the people who, if you didn't have a connection to the case, you know, it was just a case, just, you know, I don't know anybody. I'm just presenting the facts. This person, you would have went about it in this fashion. But since it's your friends, you're not going to go in the house. You're not going to interview them in that fashion. Clearly, you have a bias and you should be recused. There's a conflict of interest here.
Especially with not, you know, doing any further investigation in your witnesses. So a criminal investigation, you're just going to take the witness for heart and not like look into everything that they said. I mean, I thought that's what you're supposed to do. If I said I saw John running butt naked down the street, you know, screaming bloody murder, are you going to make sure I was on that block? Are you going to make sure that I was at that location? Are you just going to be like, well, he said it, man. So, you know, Salem witch trials, he said it. So it's got to be true.
Yeah. You're using the process of elimination, but instead of eliminating someone as a suspect, you're using we're friends as elimination criteria. So, you know, everyone's saying John murdered someone, and I'm saying, well, he's my friend, so I'm eliminating him from that because there's no way he could have done that. So let's look somewhere else. It's like you need to rule people out because they have a story that checks out, or I looked into it, but we're no longer pursuing him as a suspect. He's ruled out because of these reasons. And one of those reasons can't be because we have a personal relationship. That can't be the reason.
I love how Proctor's like, well, no, I didn't immediately think that she was guilty. Do 16 hours. That I mean, in an investigation, I feel like that's kind of immediate. That's not very much time for you to come to that conclusion without going through all the evidence. You know, it's
yeah. Well, and I'm not even going to explore any other scenarios. I mean, I don't care what other evidence comes forth at this point. It's her, and that is a jump too.
Well, the judge, she sustained the fact that when the defense is like, so you knew them, you were friends with them. I was with you. I was like, why is she trying to stop that? Because he's trying to make the correlation of that he knew these people. I mean, he ended up getting it anyway, but that would have been right there would have been a good one too. But yeah, I think he did a great job proving that he's buddies with these people, or you know, at least knows them. If you're watching my kid, I don't do babysitter hires, and I don't know you to watch my children. I got to know who you are. You know, you got to be a good friend or family.
Yeah, with your toddler. I mean, if you're talking about, you know, certain kids, but you're talking about like someone who needs like constant attention, like toddler, young kids, you're definitely the pool of people, especially like babies, infants. You ain't trusting babies, infants with nobody. But toddlers is kind of close to that session there.
Yeah, and you know, you was talking about about interviewing people, and not to go open this door, but when my stepson died, you know, I was talking to the detective. He, you know, he's like, "Well, I have to ask you this. You know, where were you? I was here at the house. Where was your wife? Here at the house." And he confirmed that. And you know, he already knew I was law enforcement, but I mean, and I didn't take offense to it either. I mean, he had to do what he had to do, but I mean, he confirmed it. I mean, he confirmed it by, you know, cell phone pinging and all that stuff. But so yeah, I mean, when I heard that, I was like, what? No, you don't ever know who. I mean, how many times do you see a homicide or a death investigation, and this is a known fact? Who's the first person you're going to look at? The spouse, and then you're going to work your way out from that. Don't ever discredit anybody of being a suspect.
Now, I will say this: if I'm the lead investigator and I see that there's a cracked tail light or something, and then all of a sudden I see someone show me their Ring camera footage that shows her backing into him, and I see the video, and then she gets out of the truck and like, oh shit, and I have this on video, case closed. I don't need to look at anyone else. I just seen a video that showed me that, so I'm not looking at anyone else. But he doesn't have anything like that. They can't prove this this case right here because they don't have a smoking gun like that would say you don't need to look in any other direction. Just look at this video. I mean, this is everything. They don't have that, so the investigation should have kept going, but it didn't. They pretended that they had that because they had a story and they didn't look into their friends. So, just because he didn't cover it up, which someone planted that fucking taillight, dude. And it was Michael Proctor that was there with his boss, Buchanan. They planted, or someone planted that taillight. And if it wasn't them, it's the person who's coming up next, which is Tully. One of those people planted that taillight. It didn't fucking magically appear there. So that's a cover up, but not interviewing their friends. That's also, in my opinion, another version of covering it up by not seeking to find evidence to find out really what happened.
Yeah, and that's the other sad part about it is it's like they got focused on one thing and not keeping all their options open. And
was that tunnel vision?
Yeah. Oh Lord, Bet, you all right?
Yeah, I'm just getting hangers out of the box.
I get ready to say.
You thought he fell off a roof live?
No, no, that would have been messed up there.
Yeah, don't wish that upon me, Vicky Bobby.
Oh, that was gonna be a Clark Griswold moment.
Yeah, oh, he's hanging up the gutter.
Hey, I'm not good. Well, I have a story of that. It was icy one day on the roof, and got up there. We were putting on some slate, and my foot was on. Yeah, some slate roof. Yeah, and my foot was on the toe board, and it just slipped a little bit. I grabbed the toe board with my hand. That's how far I slipped off. Grabbed my other hand grabbed the gutter, and I threw myself up and landed back on the toe board. And the homeowner saw the entire thing, and he was like, "That was cool." And I was like, "That wasn't."
Might have been cool from down there
up on the roof. Yeah. But going back to what you guys were talking about earlier about if this was any one of us, dude, my brown ass for attempted murder or murder on a police officer, dude, I'd be under the jail. What are you talking about? Like, get this Hispanic in prison. Where he ain't wearing orange yet or green or whatever the hell, what color uniform they got in whatever state. Yeah, they'd be like, man, he don't probably my public defender would be like, man, you're toast. It's like, come on, you can't say that, man.
When Dante mentions about the chief being there, that's what I mentioned last week. I mean, I'm not saying it's out of odd, but found it curious that the chief was out there.
Yeah. I find it weird that you show up 5 times to find taillight. Like after you're there for your second time and third time, and they're all finding it in the same spot. Stop what you're doing. Let's secure it and find every piece. Why go back 5 times?
One time I can see it.
Go ahead. Explain. I want to know.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
No, I was just gonna say one time maybe. Second time, all right. We don't need to come back. We need to make sure we got everything.
Right. I was going to ask about the chief. Has he ever come to an investigation before?
Trooper Greeno was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying. I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet?
Yes.
Document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you can. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Yeah, facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
her husband, Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky
Yeah,
Loughran.
Lucky Loughran.
You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Bullshit.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you.
You're not biased at all.
Do you have
are
a
you,
quarrel
King?
with that?
Objection.
That's his statement.
In reality,
No, Trotter told him and gave him the
Trooper
plow
Proctor,
list and
you
told
did
him.
not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was no body on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
It's after the Hoslong to Die
Are
and
you still
Cold
the
came
case
out,
agent
you started interviewing everyone
in
to
charge of
cover
this
your
case?
tracks.
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Could be Brian Higgins is what he's getting at here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you? What
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
It could be an
So, or
argument
Could be an
in a
argument
vehicle.
contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's
Think hard.
Think hard. Think long.
Something-
Think right.
evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
He planted
you
it
just did
himself.
this,
He knows
Jackson, I
exactly.
just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was gonna get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just gonna go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that
Just say it.
motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed.
Somebody
No,
just threw
no one
gum
else
in
had
his
any
car.
motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Um,
Fuck. Why did I say that? Shit.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You got all that from
Personally
McCabe's.
interviewed Mr.
Yes.
Higgins,
Fuck.
correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
Played the fifth.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages. You became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And he had to have his fucking lawyer
a.m. Brian
with
Higgins
your
sent a
interview.
text message
Yeah, that was
to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Oh.
So Brian Higgins is like, we'll have to have a scheduled interview, but I can't talk to you about this. I need to have my lawyer present. You don't think that that's, I mean, I know it's the constitutional right to be able to have your attorney, but you don't think that would kind of raise a red flag and say, hold up, he has his attorney here. What's going on?
Yeah.
What do you think, John?
Yeah, he already knew he was going to be implicated for whatever reason. And this was probably going to go where it had eventually ended up. So yeah, he was like, yeah, I'm having my turn.
Yeah. And I definitely got a bone to pick with Vet LT3. You know, I'm not cutting for him. This fucking guy's lying. I mean, but this is I just been watching the case a little bit longer. I'm just kind of messing with you a little bit. I know.
I'm messing with you.
But look, on February 3rd, 2022, at approximately 10 a.m., I conducted a phone interview with Michael Trotta, an employee of the town of Canton. Michael assists in coordinating plow and sanding trucks during storms. Michael stated Canton uses tow equipment to treat the roads with the exception of one company. Michael stated they called the company called By the Yard is used to assist with plowing the roadways. Michael stated drivers at the 140 Boulevard stayed at 2:30 a.m. on January 29th, and then they left to clear the roadways. The company By the Yard was not called until 3:30 that morning. So basically, he said we did plow it, and that we did plow it, but
You hit the wrong button.
I know.
I'll allow that one.
Getting excited. You're getting excited.
I know.
Text.
He was on a roll too.
Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall. Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
But Michael Proctor put into his
You also
report,
recognize
nobody
that
plowed
Brian
it
certainly
at
had
all
means
that day based on Trotter, which is a lie.
Yeah, why would you leave that out? I mean,
no, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the
Why would
physical
you interview people 16 months, 10 months
into a
after
physical
the fact?
altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
yeah.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Well, we've already established their investigative.
Just because he's a
skills
big
are-
guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the
lacking.
the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
Yes,
Could he do
Range.
it?
We established that the
Could he throw a
ATF
punch?
agent did
Knock a
investigate
guy down,
the
knock a guy
wound
out.
as well.
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
Now, one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
It's huge.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And
Range,
what you
you
saw was
asked.
these guys taking fighting
I
stances,
answered
correct?
truthfully.
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
The fastest run from home to first, 3.3 seconds.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his
There you go,
phone.
Range. You got
Is that right?
the right hand corner for
You
you.
didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was
she's
about.
still a
I don't
little
know if
ill
they
at
actually
him.
connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked.
You don't have no proof.
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
So, Big Ron, I think what he's alluding is that Brian Higgins would have been able to cause the
Objection.
damage that was caused to Mr. O'Keefe with his military training experience. I am assuming.
Yeah,
Ron.
he had motive to do it, and he
Yep.
had the physical
The medical
stature
examiner
to do it.
notified
He had the
you
means
on,
and he had the
I'm sorry,
opportunity.
on
And he had the
April
training
28th,
to do it.
2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
Allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11 is
Triple F.
GGG.
Yeah. Why would you not, when he's sitting there with his lawyer, why wouldn't you chase that rabbit a little further down the trail until you just completely eliminated him from any idea of doing it? You're like, no, he was friends with her, so I didn't see any
Do you
reason
have
why
that
to
in
go
front
any
of you,
further.
Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response,
Big Ron, I agree. I think it's, you go back to the,
you wrote a text message to
to the
DeChico, correct?
relationship, if you want to call it that, that Higgins and Miss Reed
did.
had, and then O'Keefe knew about it because he saw him on video. And I said this the other
What was
week.
your
I think there was
response?
a confrontation.
Of course,
about
it's
that.
undetermined.
Things got out of hand. Here's the other thing,
And then what else?
and
did
he
you write?
mentioned this earlier. There, no bruising, and if
she
you
was a
look at
whack job.
those lacerations
Of course it's
on
undetermined.
O'Keefe's arm,
She was a whack job,
didn't appear that
right?
there was any bleeding. That tells me
your
he
two
was
responses?
dead when
Yes.
all that took
You were
place.
talking about Dr. Scorty Bello, the
So who's
female
to say he didn't have the
medical
help he got there,
examiner
and then the dog got a hold
came
of
to the
him
determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
after he was deceased. I don't know.
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
You said it was Karen Reed yesterday. The whack job was Karen Reed, not the medical examiner. Lally said, are you sure it's not the medical examiner? You said, no, I'm talking about Karen Reed. Now you're saying you're not sure who you were calling a whack job? I mean, this fucking guy, dude, he is just getting roasted up here. And Big Ron, there's no way Karen Reed whipped John O'Keefe's ass like that, and he sat there and took it. There's someone had to have the physical stature and maybe a little bit of training that would make sense that could beat him up and had the motive. That's the reason why I called the military,
The
not
reason
because
you referred to
signing up to be in the military makes you
Dr.
some
Scorty Bello
badass
as a
MO.
whack job is
Meffer.
because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorty Bello?
I don't recall.
You just testified that.
With the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding, because that was an obstacle in your investigation.
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
A sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
Oh, you're making him look terrible. Keep going.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be determined.
You're like a shark in
to
bloody
be
water.
undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
It's a cop killer. This guy's
How many
covering it
murder
up. Of
cases
course,
in
I'm
the
saying
history of
that.
your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
That, Ron, I don't know.
Wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to run it.
Jeez,
Well,
I'm just trying to think of
you were
all
asked
the
the
shit I
question,
lied
so
about,
first,
trying
what
to
do you
figure out which
mean
one.
by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time. It was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course. It's an, of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is
that
that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
Just tell the fucking truth, dude, that you...
Yeah, and I think that's what he's getting ready to do. He's getting ready to point
I'm
out
just
that
checking.
he was under
This
pressure.
is HHH is in hotel. Your Honor,
Yeah.
for this one, may I publish?
Yeah, I know that
I've got them mismarked. What's the
Brian
line?
Albert was in the
Page
Marine Corps,
2632.
and I'm not sure about Higgins. He might have been in the Marine Corps too. You know, if you've ever been to a bar when one of these jarheads had like one too many beers, they're rounding like a six-pack, they all of a sudden want to beat everybody up in the bar. You know what I'm talking about?
Within that packet,
Yeah.
we'll turn to 26.
Like a pack of dogs.
Okay.
Oh, dude. I used to live in Virginia, Quantico. Believe me,
Yes,
growing
go
up in
ahead.
high school, I've
you.
seen it all, dude.
To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
Chico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, if it would have been a different.
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to
and lay out the whole entire
getting the
case for her.
information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was
Well, you
undetermined.
do tell them what you
Your answer
find
was,
on the scene.
of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Well, Alan Jackson said, did you give her your
Ultimately,
theory of what
did
happened? He said,
The
no,
doctor changed
not
her
at all.
opinion.
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination
Oh,
did
too
not
bad,
matter as
just
we
let it go.
continued on with the investigation.
Yeah,
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was
he
not
did himself no
determined to be a
favors with
homicide,
those texts. Monday.
Considering the matter, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So the medical examiner,
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
yeah, the medical examiner put on the report inconclusive,
In other words,
but
Trooper
hyperthermia,
Proctor
but it said it did not come from a physical
held the medical
altercation.
evidence. Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, since when does it, the medical examiner tells you what happened, not what
I
didn't
want to
happen?
change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area, meaning,
No.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Go ahead, Lally. Get a deep breath in. You're getting killed here.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important
You say
to find
Lally?
out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that. No.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Albert's?
No.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone abstraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Lord.
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
It ain't looking good there, Proctor. What's up on Tactical Texan? We got Untactical Texan in the
January
house.
30th, 2022, at about 11:55.
I'm just here for the balloon knots.
Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone. Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
Just a weird coincidence. That's all it is. No big deal.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews. You told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mulaney and Seraph.
I was busy planting taillight. It's like he got Santa's bag with a bunch of fucking red taillight in it. Hey, I got taillight for everyone. I always got plenty of taillight. What you need?
I'm sorry, Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry. Yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark. Then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
But those are motion detected, and they didn't catch anything. They're motion
That would
detectors.
mean that if you used a recorded room, those
In the
recordings would be
interview
in the
room?
hands of which agency?
No, I'm just.
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
And I would love to hear it
concerned
differently.
That Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother.
No.
Never crossed your mind.
Never.
That's what Brian Higgins was doing. He was communicating all day, remember?
Yeah.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
Yeah.
What? You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
What was your answer? Right?
Just 2 minutes ago?
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it.
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously, Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
No.
You don't remember that?
Oh, no.
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you this. If you weren't concerned that the interviews were compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With the cooperating
Come on, John.
witness, we just sit down with them, take
We
notes.
don't record interviews. Get
If
the
it's
fuck
someone
out of
we deem
here.
necessary to actually have a recording of,
Lord.
then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert.
So what happens if you get a confession? Oh, well, we didn't record.
I'd say it was a
them.
professional
No, I didn't
relationship.
say it. I didn't say
Only a
that.
professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
But he didn't know any of the Alberts, so that's totally different.
Right?
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
If
Yes.
I was his attorney, I would be standing right next to
On
him
several occasions.
with the white
The
towel.
jury a few minutes ago
If I was his attorney, I would just quit.
that you were aware of and knew
yeah.
of, but you had relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin.
There's not even any defending this.
Not
You
quite
can't
true.
fix this.
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah.
Colin Albert. Shit.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
Shit.
I'll allow it.
Fuck.
correct?
Yeah.
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that.
The wedding?
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
Just fucking say what
I'm
happened,
not asking you to
dude.
look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking.
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. And this, are we still in tab
It's like, dude, you have
All right, so
two.
what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602.
You have 2 small kids at home, man. Tell the truth before, more things happen. Just throw those guys under the bus and think
May
about
I-
your family,
yes,
bro.
Trooper Proctor, you on 2602?
Why are you covering for these guys?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection?
Guess what I have
That on July
found?
19th, 2022,
The
you and Kevin
Massachusetts
Albert
State
went
Police
out
Policies
drinking
and Procedures Index. Don't think I'm about to kill a tree.
Let me guess. You're supposed to interview the witness in the interviewing room.
Well, that's what I'm looking through the index now.
And possibly record it.
Yeah, there's a recording device in the witness interviewing room.
It does.
Oh, here we go.
In fact,
Or that's only on the
The two of you
movies,
got so
right?
drunk
With the,
Electronic recording of interrogation. I'll be back.
left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
oh no.
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time
You don't
ago.
remember
But he
because he
left
was
his badge
drunk.
in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Look at everyone
Which
laughing.
means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
Row.
Row.
Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
He was working on a couple cold ones, not a cold case, a couple cold ones.
No, a case of cold ones.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606.
Oh, this is getting good. Come on, Joe. Come back, bro.
starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, say it.
Or may I publish?
Yeah, range it is a little bit.
A case of cold ones. That's a lot better. Yeah.
Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote.
Hair the dog.
Correct.
You can take that down.
It's like,
Does that
man,
refresh
this
your recollection that the two of you had been out
fucking
drinking
phone
the night
records.
before?
Oh my God, they're
He got
incriminating.
so drunk that he couldn't find his
I
badge,
have found it.
and he couldn't even find his belt.
Oh, do share.
Tell it. Yes, please share.
So under, this is Massachusetts State Police Policy and Procedure,
yes,
electronic
it does
recording
refresh
of
my memory.
interrogations. Discretionary decision not to record. A member may decide not to record an interrogation even where it is practical to do so if that member
sir.
believes that,
And this
bullet
is with
point,
Brian Alberts.
recording the interrogation will jeopardize the safety of a member,
Correct.
the suspect, or any other person, or it is ill-advised under the circumstances to record the interrogation.
I'm going to change gears. Trooper Proctor, you personally
If a
collected
member
John O'Keefe's
decides that
clothes
it
from the
is
hospital
unsafe or
at
ill-advised
San
under the
Proctor, did you not?
circumstances
I
to
did.
record the
I'd like to-
interrogation, the member should advise the suspect of the potential benefits of recording the interrogation if warranted, document in the interview or case report the reason why the interrogation was not recorded,
At the
and
time
if the
you were
suspect was
at Good
advised
Sam, you
regarding the
actually had the
potential benefits
opportunity,
of recording
the
the
occasion,
interrogation.
All right, let's
to
talk about the
see
rest of it in a second.
Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
All right, continue. If there's any more, John.
If you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Is that a photograph of you? I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
All right, if I can have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 568.
568? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can somebody get James invite? James, it should be right there in the YouTube channel right there to join.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
So, John, is those two-way mirrors? Is that just in the
You see
movies?
the photograph in front of you. Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
I do. Yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes.
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
You keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
All right. We can take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
Yes.
at the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as the case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is,
Bukaki said there isn't an evidence log.
Attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label's created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you guilty of covering this up?
He may very well be.
Yeah. It's not looking good. It's
You were
the
responsible for
case.
seizing
The
Mr.
case
Reed's
is
car,
this is
correct?
not going nowhere.
Yes.
And you originally claimed
It may go
that
places
seizure
after
took
this
place
case.
at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's
Correct.
true.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath.
How far does
claiming
this
that
have
you
to
did
go
not
before
seize
they're going to
Mr. Reed's
dismiss
vehicle
it?
until 5:30 p.m. on
Yeah,
January
I said that
29th.
last week, but I'm kind of
Right?
glad they didn't
Correct.
stop again.
At the time that you seized Ms. Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right.
Oh, you lied
Hour
about
and
that too?
change,
Oh
hour and
man.
18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you
I've
ever
also
see
found the policy on
to
field interviews.
change or
Let's talk about all that during the lunch break.
the error, the false statement about the time
So
car received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
Call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
But he blamed it on daylight savings was his original answer. Saying, I didn't plant the taillight because I was there by 5 o'clock, so therefore it wasn't me. He
The
planted it.
matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fair, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
There's only 2 of you in the F-150.
It
Whose
was my
decision
decision. I
was
did not
it?
make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it
Because it
differently.
says, who we point the finger at?
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
I
You
just
just
know it
follow
wasn't me.
Yes.
That's all I know.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not 1, but 2 barracks. One in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Why go 3 minutes when you can go 30 minutes? It makes total sense.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
They said some bullshit. Well, I didn't go there because it didn't have heat in the garage. Like, okay, sounds good. No heat in the garage.
I mean, I'd at least buy that.
Trooper Proctor, you are the lead case officer on this case. That means that you are required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Then he
And
said
you
the other
obviously are
one
aware of your
was too
legal
small for it to
obligation
fit an
to turn
SUV in
over
there.
any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Is it the day
2
when
videos
Solomon-
from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Think hard.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Think long, think wrong. Look how red his face and
Do you
neck
recall
is.
being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, Are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
Sounds
Gosh,
shady
I'm not
as
aware
fuck.
of that, withholding that.
You regret holding it?
On April
He said he
4th,
didn't remember
2024.
withholding that.
Same thing.
2024. It's getting late. On April 4th, 2024.
Pulling a Hillary.
you
I don't
turned over
recall.
one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He answered that. the
Have you
other day.
reviewed the video?
Why was he
Yes.
objecting?
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
The car was there at 5:08. You're saying it didn't get there till 5:30? This right here, man, they've got him to the point. he does not want to continue. The defense does not. I mean, the prosecution does not want to continue this case, man. I mean, this is terrible. What you got, man?
Who?
Anybody? Unmute some mics. What are we talking about here?
I hope he has vodka in that water bottle.
Vodka? I was thinking of maybe sucking on a pistol. Probably what he'll be doing later on today.
He's thinking about that later. Yeah.
There's definitely gonna be more of an investigation after this into him for sure. It's not looking good. And when is the state gonna throw in the towel? Like, just give it up already. Your main investigator is being caught just shit in the bed. Like, give it up. It's over. Like, it's over, man. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's like Rocky, where you're like, dude, throw the towel in. Look at him. Look at Rocky. I mean, oh my God, he's getting just the hell beat out of him, but you're just allowing him to continue to fight. It's like, oh God, this is terrible.
Adrian,
you are
exactly.
So he's Apollo Creed there in the Rocky
Yes,
movie where he got murdered and stuff. Rocky didn't throw in the towel. Is that what it is?
Correct?
He's a punching bag,
And that's
dog.
from a camera
Punching bag.
perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question.
Come on, Jackson, wrap it up, dog.
The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes,
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
You did make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sally Port area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sally Port cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay. So when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago.
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the
rear
rear. Yeah.
where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person? Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Pond, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
that- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
It skips. What is it? Vinyl?
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video?
He doesn't know about the system. He just knows it skips.
Other than the time skips?
Let me get a drink of water and think about this one.
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was like reversed.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Deep breaths, buddy.
Uh-oh. He just fucked
So
up
instead
right
of
there.
reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
Uh-oh. They took off the timestamp and put another one on. They made it look like it was 5:30. Uh-oh.
Because in the other one, it was blue.
Yes.
Fuck. Oh my God, dude. You just fucked yourself there.
Video you saw at a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
They put a new
Like the
timestamp
video
on
itself.
that photo?
Oh yeah.
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the
I just heard the
garage and the doors
Law and
into the
Order.
PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Oh.
Oh fuck, dude. You just messed up there.
Watching video.
How does nothing else get reversed but the timestamp?
Yeah.
Yes.
Technology.
They showed it inverted with the timestamp correct and said that was the right one. He's saying it was inverted timestamp.
Aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
I don't think he's the only one going down on this.
No, I don't either.
The correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
Come on, Jackson. Bring it in, dude.
When did you watch that?
Reel it
that
in.
video?
You got him on the hook. Reel it in.
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Let Lally just fucking talk with this guy during lunch break and tell him. That is not what you've seen, bro. Oh my God, he's about to eat you alive.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
Yeah. Lally's
Dear
gonna-
her, Lord.
Make it an hour.
You are muted.
Damn, we got a full house.
Hell yeah. Look at this panel of people I've been looking at here on the bottom, just waiting for this moment. Gentlemen, what are we talking about?
I think they're going to give this guy a stroke.
I think he's walking into something he doesn't realize he's walking into.
No, I think at the rate we're going to start another murder trial for this guy because he's getting killed in the sand.
Oh, yeah. Dude.
Every word he's saying is just, it's just, you can see his brain going, am I supposed to say that? am I supposed to, like, when Joe talks about, you just go up there, say what you know, and it's easy and cut and dry. This dude, you can just tell his brain is just trying to go. That hamster's running as fast as it can in that brain right there. It's not coming up with nothing.
Yeah, he's about to go underwater.
Yeah.
Serious question. All the stuff that I've seen, and I've missed a little bit of the case here and there, but everything that I've seen, this woman needs to be exonerated. How long is the state going to pursue this trial before they finally kick the can and say, okay, we're done?
Well, I think, and I said this earlier, I think this is going to go beyond, and you're going to see the Massachusetts State Police, a massive investigation go on, and this trial is going to play into that. So that's just my thought on it. So that's why they're letting it go as far as it.
Well, the FBI has already done they're looking into it. They've already done the federal grand jury. A lot of this testimony, including Michael Proctor's cell phone records and the 3 independent accident reconstruction experts that the FBI paid for that are going to be testifying, I believe, today. And at least looking at their testimony, all of this is ready for a federal investigation that's going to happen right after this case. I think it's the liability suit from the Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, and they're going to be hit with a huge civil lawsuit that they need to back their way out of it. Michael Proctor saying that he's seen that video, but the timestamp was backwards. That right there is bad news, and they have to go to lunch right now and clean that up. I guarantee when they come back from lunch, he's going to have a different story, but that's bad that they clearly planted that timestamp that it says the car got in there at 5:30 when all the other videos showed that the car was there at 5.
Yeah, video editing has a rotate button. You just rotate that right around and stick it in there. Someone didn't pay attention.
And he said that he watched it just the other day. So, yeah.
Also,
No, see, I think
go ahead.
I think I know exactly how this kind of thing came about, because a lot of the times when you steal a video or try to post a leak or whatever, you flip it so that it can't be easily found from algorithm searches and shit like that. So somebody did that, ripped the video, flipped it, and then they tried to cover it up by putting in that timestamp with the flipped video. And then when you flip it the right way around, the timestamp's flipped.
That makes sense.
Also, you pick somebody that's guilty, and then you find motive later. That threw me off when he got told that. He's like, so I guess you pick who you feel is guilty, and then you find out the motive later. And he's like, yes. I was like, did he honestly just say that? Or
that's how John did police work. That's right, John. That's how you did it.
No, don't.
John's like, don't put me in that.
No.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
That should be every one of his answers from here on out. I don't recall. Just stop talking.
But he's so far deep in that hole.
I don't think you don't have a case without him. He was the lead investigator, and all the evidence that you're bringing in, the taillight that was found, he's the one that found it. The car that was towed and the chain of custody, it's all him. So if you don't have him, you don't have a case. He is the case. And all the people he didn't interview or he did interview and what was said and what was done, he has to testify. I don't see how you have a case without him and the medical examiner that still hasn't been called on the 8th week of trial.
I'm really waiting for this guy to say, can I go home now? Please, I don't want to be here anymore. I mean, I'm really waiting for that to come out of his mouth.
I got to go home and pack my shit up because they're coming to get it.
I plead the 5th.
Well, and he contradicted himself with the medical examiner saying, texting his boys, yeah, I threw everything, I told her everything and how it was going. And then when defense is like, so you told her how it should be done, right? You were giving her what you thought happened. And he was like, no. Well, that's not what you wrote in the text, buddy. You wrote in the text to your homies, I laid it out for her. And then you're telling the defense, no, I didn't lay nothing out for her. No, she came to her own conclusion. Like, so which one is it?
I bet his balloon knot's a little tighter right now than it was before today.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't leak poop.
God almighty.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, I have some good stuff for you. I want to bring something to your attention. Let me bring it up right.
What you got there on there, Texan?
Okay, this is not untactical. This is your boy Ron from Texas, Kingdom Radio. So this is something that happened in 2018. Believe it or not, it's the Canton Police Department. There's a motor vehicle accident, and then the person is found on this lawn right here. More than an hour after the police cleared the scene of a violent car crash in early morning hours on Christmas Eve, of all times, a passerby spotted a body of a dead man in a nearby lawn, police said. The bizarre, tragic scene played out on Pleasant Street, east of Canton Center, early Monday morning. Police officials did not explicitly say the body went undiscovered during the initial crash investigation, which occurred before sunrise, but indicated the department wished we located him earlier. The Enterprise has learned the victim, Craig Casey, 30-year-old denim man. None of the responding officers or anyone else, including several neighbors, the tow truck driver, or a DPW worker saw him as he was wearing dark clothing, lying motionless, and it was pitch black out. Canton Deputy Police Chief Helena Rafferty at the time told Enterprise Weekly, although we wish we located him earlier, we do not believe it would have changed the outcome at all. This is another thing where the original investigation, they did not find a body, but then all of a sudden, later on that day, they all of a sudden found a body. Super suspicious, dude. But Canton Police Department, it has no connection with this case, but it is, the history of the Canton Police Department, which John was bringing up earlier, right, John?
I'm sorry, what was that? I was highlighting this violation of electronic recording of interrogations. What
The
was
same thing you're talking about. It's not something with this. It doesn't pertain to this particular case, but it's the Canton Police Department and the history of just crazy stuff like the initial investigation. They didn't find anything. They didn't rope off or just, there was nothing like that. But then all of a sudden later in the day, you find a body on the same yard that you didn't see. Oh, well, he must have been wearing dark clothing. That's why I couldn't see him. It's like, what?
Yeah, so that's why, and that's what I'm finding, is, I mean, they've got policies and procedures, but they are not following them. Like
What's this right here?
there. So that right there, that's the electronic recording of interrogations from the policy and procedure from Massachusetts State Police today. So you tell me why they did not do interviews in a recorded interview room, because it is policy that they do it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you there. Look, hey James. Look, James got his actual his video on and everything.
Howdy,
Looking good,
guys.
bro. Looking good, bro.
So, new Canton law: every resident must have a chalk line on their yard to be used later on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure Halloween's going to be interesting this year in that area. Range Minded Podcast. What's up, bro? You there?
I am. It's kind of loud. I'm working in the shop on some Corvette parts. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's not
Barely.
Yeah.
I feel like you got a shot.
Yeah, I'm in a functioning shop right now. So half of it we're building Corvette parts, and the other half they're working on some cabinet stuff. So
Corvette sounds like parts. Cool shit, man.
Yeah, that's my other job, John. I have a plastics company. We build the parts for Haltech intakes. So right now I'm working on some C7 parts. I made some C8 parts yesterday.
Get out of here.
Too bad I don't own one.
Yeah, that's the irony in it. You make parts for all this fancy stuff, but you don't have one.
Yeah, I'm a broke ass white boy. I should probably work for the police department. I could probably have more money.
Hey, I know of some job books coming up.
Yeah, that's no kidding. Tactical said his balloon knot's probably tight. I'm guessing it's probably tied a knot a few inches up tighter than right there at the end too.
Jeez.
What in the hell's going on in the police departments over there in Massachusetts?
I don't know.
Yeah, good question. I wish Joe was feeling better. He could clear this up for us.
I actually like that he's not feeling better, 'cause now we can talk shit about him. We don't have to hear it from him.
No, you can't talk shit behind his back, dude.
I know.
We don't do that.
Oh, he's 100% listening. Don't worry about it.
I know.
I mean, has he ever been on Nevada roads?
I would never talk shit about Joe. I like him too much.
Yeah. Joe's my homeboy.
He don't feel good. He's burning the candle at both ends.
Yeah, I had to slow down. Like, I just published one of my shows last night. It was 2:00 by the time I went to bed. But I don't know how he does that. Like almost every night, he's up late, up early. What the heck?
See, I sent him some Valhalla Java from Death Wish Coffee Company, and it's got some serious kick to it.
Oh, that's what happened?
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about on this Hunter Biden thing? Anybody got anything to say about that? Guilty on 3 counts?
They say he's facing 26 years, but we'll see if he gets convicted. We'll see if he gets sentenced to that.
He's not going to get 26 minutes.
No. But I'm surprised they got a conviction. By listening to the people who made up the jury panel, I thought he had a good chance of at least getting a hung jury.
Well, they were saying yesterday that apparently there were some jurors on there that had family members that, number one, had firearms and have them the right way. And the other thing is that I think there was another juror that I think it was their cousin or something like that had also lied on a 4473. I don't know what they lied about, but anyway, that they had lied on it. And they were charged and convicted, and they got an active sentence time and a fine. I think it was like 10,000 on the fine. But this person was a juror, so I mean, they've got a family member that was, pretty much for all intents and purposes, charged for the same thing, lying on a 4473. So why should he be any different than their family member? And it's true. I mean,
It's definitely a gun case. It's definitely a gun case. But all right, I tell you what. Give me 1 second. Speaking of new content, that Steve Range Minded Podcast was staying up till 2:00 in the morning to put something together. I actually had one that I worked on a little bit yesterday, and it's this right here. Welcome to Michael Proctor on Kingdom Radio.
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus. I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
On Santa's naughty list.
Wasn't sharing anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. She's a whack job. Cunt. CUNT. States, okay, that's fucked up. She hot at least. Yes, she's a babe. No ass. Is that chick a smoke? Nut bag, as Chief would say. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him. Sergeant Mechanic liked it.
Like what?
Going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes?
Objection.
Did it
say something for nudes?
No, Your Honor.
No, it didn't. That would be an abuse.
Hey, McFly,
You indicated 15th, correct?
what do you think you're doing? Hey, I'm talking to you, McFly, you Irish bug. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think, McFly, think.
You indicated 15th, correct? You indicated 15th, correct?
I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead. And the very least, it's suspicious. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. She's gross. Trooper de Chico, oh, fuck her, bitch. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
Fuck must into my shoes. No crew's gonna be looking for him.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. I called earlier. Mom was puking in the background. This is your livelihood. And in the very least, it's suspicious.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job. Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is. In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice.
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing? Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
Okay, you got 10 feet, slowly. 10 feet, easy. Pull the string, get against the line.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m.
So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
She said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. If you like women who shit themselves, Christ, it was on BWC, which is body worn camera.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged. But not completely damaged. But not completely damaged.
Follow the Karen Reed murder trial on Kingdom Radio.
Really, you couldn't find a way to push in? You can't handle the truth in any of that?
No, I have that video. I did put that one in there too, but yeah, I did that one video. Maybe I'll do it later on, but I do have the can't handle the truth one. Do you want me to play that one? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just asking if you managed to work into this one, but if you've already got one.
No,
I didn't know Joe wasn't feeling well. Hope you're feeling better, buddy.
Yeah. He's obviously not feeling good because this is like one of the best days of the whole entire trial besides Monday and today. So he's definitely not feeling good. And I have a report from John. I mean, you have to trust him. He has a blue line on his license plate and he gets free teas at Chick-fil-A. So then his credibility points is definitely 2-star. He's a 2-star credibility. And, John said that he wasn't feeling good last night and he had made mention of that. So he's going to give him the benefit of the doubt today. But I'll tell you something that's going on Friday. Friday, there will be trial. I won't be, I'll be doing a bunch of estimates and going around, and I'll be actually going to visit Untactical Texan in his native land. I'll be visiting Untactical Texan on Friday afternoon. So there's that.
What time you coming in?
I don't know. I have an appointment at 11 with someone else. So I probably won't even be able to even head that direction from the Katy area until about 12. So I don't know. What time do you show up around Empire?
I don't go until 4. We're open at noon, but I don't go until 4.
So then I guess I'll meet you around 4.
Okay, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah. No, the lady said call me because I said I'm not sure when I'm going to be in the area, and she goes, "Well, call me. I'm here till 4." So I was figured so you'll be there 4. So we'll figure it out from there. I'll be there 4.
Sounds good. I'll have a cold beer waiting for you.
Yeah, I do drink cold beer for sure. I got to get Jackson's Cross off of Colin Albert. Pull up.
Make it a young lady.
Bang, bang. Yeah, Colin Albert, he's clearly guilty. They never even asked him any questions. Michael Proctor is looking so bad. Is there a chance at all that they just say, you know what? This trial, we're just going to stop this trial. We just can't go forward with this trial based on what Michael Proctor's saying. Is there any chance of that?
Well, that's what I was asking earlier. Is how long is this going to go? But I think it was John was saying that they're going to push it through so they can get the rest of the grand jury information. My thing I'm looking at is how much more torture are they going to put this poor woman through? I mean, everybody already knows more about her than probably they all want to.
Well, not only that, I mean, think about Alan Jackson. He's good, and I guarantee that motherfucker is not free. I bet you that his retainer or his what he cost per day of court, I bet you it's around $10,000. Plus, you have Yannetti, a 32-year veteran a lawyer that used to be a prosecutor, plus this other lady, that legal defense team every single day has to be astronomical. So just for making this go forward, it's probably about another, $100,000 a week at least, just to keep going on this nonsense. I'm sure it's costing the state a fortune too.
Well, at the end of all this, I wouldn't be surprised if she tries to get the state to pay her legal fees.
Oh, 100. Oh, I think that's already been proven there.
After the balloon knot comment, I'm pretty sure the judge would be willing to just say, no, all legal fees paid by the state. Fuck you.
Yeah, once she looked that up, her demeanor definitely changed.
I have to agree with a comment that was made earlier, though, and maybe it's just me because I've got a 7-year-old's mind, but I was kind of surprised at how many people that didn't know what that meant.
Me too. When I was like balloon knot, even Turtle Boy was like balloon knot, I guess she had a colostomy bag, and you're like, I know that a lot of people are like really educated and stuff like that, and maybe I just got my education from the street more so than a classroom. But balloon knot, middle school I knew what a balloon knot was, and I've made that reference many times in my life. And the people that I was speaking to, I guess uneducated, obviously, they knew what they laughed, assuming that they did. I didn't realize that people didn't know what a balloon knot was.
Yeah, that kind of got me, especially for those of us that know each other that are prior military. That really blew my mind there.
Yeah, you say, hey, I bet she has a nice looking balloon knot. I mean, I've said that before in my life. I mean, speaking of which, see the new logo.
Why you gotta put it next to my face?
Sorry.
Nice on tactical.
Well, right.
John.
Yeah, no, but you're right. I could not believe the balloon knot comments, but all the other ones where he's texting his friends. Can you imagine having to sit there in that fucking seat and recite all of those text messages, and then just know that's the easiest it's going to get? Alan Jackson is just going to drive all those points home. He's not going to read through them fast, and you get to explain the situation as when you said it. You are just sitting over there, just taking a beating. That had to be torture. It has to be torture. Has to be torture.
I couldn't imagine.
Would you plead the fifth on tactical?
I probably would at that point. I'm not reading all that shit back in court.
But if you plead the fifth, does that automatically mean you can't be a police officer anymore?
He's not going to be a police officer anyway after this. Well,
the Massachusetts State Police did release a statement, and this is after the Haas long to die in cold comment. They I can show it to you a little bit later. Free balloon not read. Oh, that's terrible, Dante.
Yeah, I was just reading that. Wow.
I know. But the Massachusetts State Police said that they said it's typical when we're in trials to have our officer cross-examined by defense attorneys, and they make our officers look bad. However, as far as the case of Michael Proctor, we support Michael Proctor and his professionalism in investigations. And this is a statement that they put out, I believe, in April. And unfortunately, that statement was retracted yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a real bang-up job on this one.
What happened? Did we lose John? He's
still there.
No, he's walked away, because when you don't see his camera, he's walked away. I'm sure something's going on. But what else you got from this one, Ron? Do you have any questions or comments around this one, Big Ron?
No, I've been able to stay up to date with today's pretty well. I've been able to watch for the most part. I've only had to step away a handful of times to do some actual real work. But like I said earlier in the show, I think the state just needs to stop. They need to have a sidebar, and Your Honor, the state is going to drop the charges, and then they need to go in the proper direction. Because all they're doing is digging deeper holes at this point. They're making the police department look even worse and worse and worse. And I think it was brought up earlier in the week that there's going to probably be a mass house cleaning for the police department. There has to be. They've lost so much credibility at this point. And I think you brought it up earlier in the week also, Kingdom. How many people are sitting in jail that could have been falsely accused and falsely prosecuted by these guys? I mean, they're going to have to go back and look at all these case files now. I mean, they've opened themselves up to so much liability at this point.
It's bad. I mean, what I would have did is just, I mean, because the only thing that's really keeping you going on is you have John O'Keefe, the Boston police officer that was killed, who is wanting you to find the person who killed their son. And I want justice for John O'Keefe. So you better at least make it look like you're having a trial. And at the end, you say, oh, shit, so witnesses suck. He lied. They got away with murder, but I tried. But just dropping the case, that's not justice for John O'Keefe. You better drop the case and head in another direction. I think that's the one of the main reasons they're just continuing is for that aspect. But other than that, what I would do if I was Adam Lally, I would try to strike up a deal with Karen Reed and say, look, if I drop the charges, you drop any lawsuits or any kind of litigation that might come towards the state, and we'll drop without prejudice, and we'll just end it right here. That would be the deal that I would have presented 3 weeks ago. After Jennifer McCabe and the House Long to Die in Cold that came out. After that, I would just stopped right there.
I could see maybe, yeah, I agree. Maybe if that was 3 or 4 weeks ago, but they should have known they didn't have a case starting off. At this point, no, there's no chance that they could ask for, basically forgiveness. We'll drop the charges. Don't sue us. At this point, I would sue the ever living crap out of them.
Oh, yeah, they missed that window. They should have got it after the House Long to Die in Cold. And then the ATF agent, Brian Higgins, has got his lawyer up there and he's lying his ass off and he's about to plead the fifth. I mean, at that point, you should have stopped the case, but they just kept going. So that's the reason why I don't think they're going to stop it right now. They're definitely going to try to slow down the questions going to Proctor and let him talk to Lally a little bit about what the hell he just said and say, if you don't know the fucking answer, just say, I don't know. Don't just blurt something out because you done really dug yourself a hole here. And as our Army Ranger Buck friend of ours, Joe Lanou, will say, as they say in the military, if you find yourself digging a hole, stop digging. Stop digging. It's simple.
There's not a whole lot of places for me to dig with the branch I was in.
Oh, yeah? Are you talking about the agua?
Yeah, there's just a lot of swimming involved. The shovels sink. It's bad juju.
What'd you go swimming with that concrete shoes for? Like the mobsters say. What a dumbass. He's like, I suspect foul play. All right, on Tactical, take us home, man. What you got?
I don't know, actually. I don't know what I have. I've watched so little of this, but I've watched enough to know that this is not going well for the prosecution.
Yeah,
I think you're right. They're gonna take it all the way to the end. They can't. I think they're gonna just run it till it ends. I don't think they're gonna. If she'd be stupid to take that deal anyway. If they brought her some kind of deal like that
at this point, yeah. I mean, think about this. You got a cop killer, and there still are a few people that are defending her to the end. And it's got to be family and relatives and stuff like that on X. They're not public, but you have a cop killer. I mean, someone who. Let's add vet here. You have a cop killer, someone who are being accused, and they're a murder trial for killing a Boston police officer, leaving him there for dead, probably slashing him up and doing some violent stuff and just taking off like they don't even care. They're accusing her of drinking. And then this is the scene that's outside of the courtroom today on the way in. Listen to this for the way the public is treating this person. This part right here, they're not allowed to have any protesters, only on the other side of the street. This is a no protesting zone, no First Amendment rights right here in this part.
Good morning. What's on the thumb drive?
There you go.
Are we going to like it?
You'll like it.
All right, I can't wait. Good morning.
Yeah, you'll like it.
Here's the entourage, looking sharp as always.
That one actually wasn't from this morning. I played this morning one earlier. But anyway, I mean, they're cheering on this person who's being accused of I mean, the whole town knows that she didn't do it. There's crowds of people outside that know she didn't do it. This is not your typical, I murdered a police officer situation here.
You bring up a good point. You were talking, you bring up that she murdered a police officer. she could get the death penalty for that.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's something else that people ought to take a look at. Is this woman, from what we're all seeing, is innocent. She should be acquitted. But if she was actually found guilty, she could face the death penalty for something she didn't do.
And they're continuing to go along with it. Why? I mean, if you're willing to potentially leave it in the hands of those juries, and who knows, God knows which one of those police officers could have got to one of those jury members to have them say it's a hung jury, not a, who knows? Because everyone knows everyone in this small kind of town, that you would actually risk this person's life. That's another aspect I didn't really think about.
Yeah,
guys.
There's a lot of stake here. I mean, there always is on a trial like this, but wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
All right,
have,
guys,
go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, James. Go ahead. Oh, okay. I'll go ahead because I'm going to be quick. I got to bail out. I've got to eat some lunch, do a few errands, and then I got to get to work. So I wish I could stay longer. This is quite entertaining, but got to take a break. See you guys later.
Later, bro. Thanks for being with us.
Later, bro.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I have very strong feelings about cases like this. I firmly believe that anyone who is proven to bring false accusation against somebody, whether it's a police officer or a random civilian, they should face time similar to the charges that they were trying to get the other person accused of.
I mean, in this case where you're proving without a doubt that this person planted, well, if you can prove without a doubt that he planted evidence and all this other kind of stuff, yeah, I agree. And here's the actual, I apologize when I was saying that the other video. This is the actual video from this morning. Son of a bitch.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, is it true that Michael Proctor is going to have to refer to you as daddy on the stand now? Is that a rumor or is that confirmed? Karen, do you think Michael Proctor regrets planting taillight? That means yes, I think. That means yes. We'll see. Looking sharp today, as always. The entourage, okay. Michael Proctor Day, part 2. Time. Let's go.
But this is like people are cheering as they're like, oh, here they come. News is all on them and they're cheering. Yay! Like, this is not how you treat someone that's a cop killer. You have people from traveling all over the United States. There's people there from across the pond, Dante, across the pond. There's people coming from Great Britain and all over Australia, all over the place to be there to support Karen Read, just to stand outside and cheer as they come out for lunch or they enter the courtroom or leave for the day. Obviously, we're not the only people who were thinking that Karen Read's innocent. Anybody?
My question is this. I'm sorry, I was trying to eat.
Yeah. No excuse. No eating. There's no eating.
How did we get here? And what I mean by that is you have trials all the time for murder of a law enforcement officer. You have trials all the time for murder. How did we get here? Is it the corruption / cover-up allegation?
No, we got here because you said, hey, what are we going to say? Here's our story. And then all of a sudden, the Jennifer McCabe sends her phone, but she deletes the incriminating house long to die in cold and all this other stuff. And she researched it at 6. So they give it to the Canton Police Department, this person who's in charge of doing the recovery of phone. So he comes back with the report and says, this is everything and this is what happened, and their story lines up. It wasn't until the defense, Alan Jackson, takes the Celebrite and then do a more extensive search and find out she deleted all of these messages between Julie Albert and all these other people in the middle of the night. She also deleted this very incriminating text message Long to Die in Cold, but she did it at 2:27.
Oh,
That didn't come out until months later. Then it was like, oh shit, you've already charged her and she already has been upgraded from manslaughter to attempted murder. But now this just came out. That's when they changed the line to, oh, not did I hit her? Maybe I hit her. Now it's no. This is the first time after over 12 interviews, Jennifer McCabe for the very first time said, I hit her. And that's when the story changed. And that's the thing when I was saying that Yuri Buchanek was such a lying piece of shit, because he said in that initial interview at Karen's parents' house, she said, I hit him, even though that didn't come out until way after April when the Google search came out. And then the whole entire public, they're sitting here harassing Jennifer McCabe and all this about why are you searching for How Long to Die in Cold at 2:27? You had something to do with this. That's when they started making up level 2, and all these people where they didn't interview him for like a year. They didn't have any plans on interviewing him until everyone started paying attention over the How Long to Die in Cold. Then he started interviewing people like a year later or 8 months later, a year later. It's because they found out about evidence that they thought was not going to reach the public eye. Now that it's brought all this attention, they kind of stuck because they went a little too far, and now forensic science is showing that they're lying, and they're just trying to figure out how to push the eject button.
And I wasn't clear that she deleted those text messages.
The How Long to Die in Cold.
Yeah.
And her when they said, How Long to Die in Cold, she said Karen Reed was yelling frantically at me, please do this Google search, How Long to Die in Cold. I mean, How Long to Die in Cold. And then you're like, okay. But then when they said, okay, but why did you do a Google search for that at 2:27?
Right. Okay. I'm with you now.
Then it was like, oh, I didn't do that. Even though it says deleted, she's like, I didn't do that. I Celebrite's lying. It's like bullshit.
Okay, that's
dude.
about where I come into this. So I wasn't clear that she had deleted text messages prior to. Okay. I'm with you.
And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins had both deleted and destroyed their phones the day before the preservation order was to protect their phones. The day before that, they both decided to get new phones and then destroy them. With the SIM card went to one military base trash can. The phone itself went to another military base trash can. He had smashed it up, but they had a very hard time admitting anything like that.
Yeah. I saw that. I wasn't clear on, I guess, the Jennifer McCabe side of it. Okay, I'm with you now.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I don't. The original plan, I thought they had it figured out, and if she wouldn't have fought back like this, I think they had it figured out. But it became unraveled real quick. Let's watch this quick little video.
You're listening to the Karen Reed Murder Trial on Kingdom Radio.
You made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying.
Closer, 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 closer.
That is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
Stay tuned to Kingdom Radio Texas for live coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial.
What do you think about the videos, John?
I love it. Did you do all that on CapCut?
No, I don't use CapCut.
Oh,
no.
We use Photoshop.
No, I use Photoshop for pictures. If I'm doing a video, I started just using a basic program called VideoPad, and then I can show you what it looks like. And then I've been using this thing called FlexClip. That's how I make those.
Oh, okay.
But it's
you did. I've actually got that written down on a post-it note you told me about.
What, FlexClip?
Yeah.
It shit looks professional, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, I mean the music. I actually put a double music background, but I started making videos, and then it turned into, this one it's a little bit better than it used to. It just keeps getting better. It's like Valentine's Day, right, John? Just keeps getting better and better.
Exactly. Hey, I do know, I meant to ask you this question the other day, and I got sidetracked with this Karen Reed fiasco
on
a totally different subject. Where was Miss Kingdom last Friday night?
Oh, yeah, about that.
Oh, never mind. Never.
You mean why was she not at the police use of force
I
video?
thought she was going to be there.
Yeah, well,
okay, that's fine.
What happened was, what happened was,
do not say anything that's going to open up an old sore. I just, none of my business.
No.
I was curious. No. What happened was,
No, what happened is she's not a big fan of me spending all day, every day in front of the computer doing a podcast and not making any money and just wasting my time when I should be actually doing something to help around the house. This is what's going on. So, but she also doesn't want to not see her husband, that we're home all day and we work from home. She wants to spend time with me. So she's like, I would love to just, be on a podcast with you, like when we do our Christmas ones or our business ones. So when I stay over, she's like, hey, maybe I can, continue to hang out with you and do a podcast with you. And we'll do, whatever you're doing, I can do with you. But the first part of it was she really doesn't like me doing podcasts and thinks it's a waste of time. So the reason why she wasn't there is because it was Friday. There was no court in the morning. There was no business video that we normally do on Fridays. And she was just, there was zero fucking chance that she was coming in to watch the police video.
I got you.
Yeah. But we also took the time. We were out and about, what does it call it? Date night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Date night. Yeah. So let me share this with you there, Johnny. Share a screen. I'm going to share the window. This one. Yeah. So this is let's see if you can see it.
Did you say Dante's hashtag? He must have done that while I was letting the dogs out. Free balloon not read.
I know. Isn't that terrible?
That's bad.
So you see this one right here?
Oh yeah.
This is kind of what the mixing board looks like on that one I just cut up. See all these little cuts in it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I'd mix it up, and then I put that together first, and then these are the audios and stuff. Then the next thing I would do is
so you've got 2 audio tracks. Oh, I see what you've done now. Okay.
Yeah, and then what I would do is I would go to Flex Clip, and then Flex Clip would be like, oh shit, I forgot you can't see this. Give me 1 second. Present, share screen. So then my Flex Clip would look like this. And so on this one, you can put in like, this is the video that you actually watch. But like on the McFly or something, if I wanted to put something in here, I could just go in here and grab like some kind of a text like this, and then just put it in here like this. And then you can kind of just move them around and have it do whatever you want to.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, it's Flex Clip. Yeah, that's how you do the video production. And they actually look really cool, and you watch TV, and then if you have the right stuff, you can say, damn, that's how they do it. I think I could probably do it myself, but it is freaking time consuming making videos.
Yeah.
Speaking of videos, you did a video yesterday for a lawyer that is now going to jail.
Yeah, I was actually going to say if there was any updates on that. And I threw that together. I did not do any editing on that.
You put there's plenty of it online here. Let me look at it right here. It's young thug lawyer arrested.
I was gonna say, John, you were the first one to cover it because now everybody's all over X talking about it, and I saw you were the first one to do it. So congrats on being ahead of everybody else.
No, it was you and John.
I take no credit. John did it all. I just jumped in when he put the stream out there. I was just giving him being there for a brother.
He did join in for a few minutes.
No,
Yeah.
well, the part I was listening to, he was in it.
Yeah, I was just seeing if there was anything new. I don't see
You're
anything
searching for nudes, you said?
new.
Oh.
NEW.
Oh. Let's
Does the court order say you can look for nudes?
In
Yeah,
Atlanta,
exactly.
Georgia, of course, coming out of the courtroom, the judge told Steele he had 5 minutes to change his mind or be held in contempt. While the judge returned, Steele once again refused to reveal how he learned about what was discussed in the judge's private chambers.
Sir, you're straying off the issue. I'm not. The issue is how did you
What's the issue?
How did you get this information? I understand, Judge. You listen and listen. I'll do whatever you want.
All right, this is as the judge presiding over this Young Thug lengthy racketeering trial held the musician's attorney in contempt after being confronted about a private conversation reportedly held between the judge, prosecutors, and one of the state's star witnesses. So a very, very interesting moment there as held in contempt and arrested in court, put in custody. So very interesting to say the least. For more on this, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and talk about what it means in this case. Bring in right now legal affairs journalist Megan Cuniff. Megan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And this feels like a major development, a major deal. Can you kind of sum up what exactly transpired in court today?
It does. This has been such a wild trial and so many twists and turns, but this one really takes the cake here because the latest drama had been a star prosecution witness on Friday pled the fifth. Even though he'd been offered immunity, he was refusing to testify. So he was actually jailed for contempt of court. And prosecutors raised a pretty serious allegation, basically saying that they thought this witness's defense attorney was conspiring with not to represent his client, but to help Young Thug and his co-defendants by getting his client not to testify. That was met with a lot of pushback by the attorney himself and the defense in general. And then this morning, after a weekend in jail, the witness was supposed to be back on the stand this morning, and he'd said that he was going to plead the fifth again. There was an unexpected delay in court. Court doesn't usually start on time, but it also doesn't usually start 2.5 hours late. But there was an unexplained delay, and into the proceedings, Brian Steele reveals that he has heard that the reason for this delay was there was a in-chambers meeting between the prosecutors, the judge, and then Kenneth Copeland, who is the state's witness, regarding his testimony. And that this meeting is what spurred Kenneth Copeland to change his mind and say that, okay, he's going to cooperate and testify today. This was ex-parte communication between the judge and the prosecutor. And of course, the judge is defending it, saying that technically this was on the record. The court reporter was there in chambers. So it's not proper to call it a secret meeting, but the defense was arguing this was totally improper for them not to be notified and included in this meeting. But the judge's big concern was who told Brian Steele about this meeting. I mean, and he demanded that Steele tell him who told him about these chambers communication, and Steele wouldn't do it. One thing led to another. Now Steele's been held in contempt of court.
Dude, I listened to the actual. As soon as you said, "Hey man, this is about to break," I sat there and I was sitting at the oil change place and I was trying to find the video, and I found the video that just actually had the communication with him, the judge, and this attorney back and forth. And he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna put you in jail and I'm gonna do this and this," and he's like, "Yeah, okay, I can take my jacket off my belt, whatever. Anyway, but let me tell you about blah, blah." I mean, they just kept going at each other, even though after, "Hey, you're in contempt, take him to jail." It was like that wasn't the stopping point. He just kept on there. You don't have any. You shouldn't be doing this. You, as a judge, you're not supposed to do this, and I mean, he just kept on going on, and it continued. And I believe the next day there was over 400 lawyers that showed up in support of the attorney that's now having to go into contempt of court for 20 days, incarcerated into jail as a punishment, and she's serving 10 weekends, right? But that was what I thought the case was about. What happened there, John?
So Ashley Merchant, she was Trump's attorney down there in Fulton County, Georgia, several months ago. She's a bulldog. But Ashley is the president of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. and she was, and I've got the video up. I'll share it, or I'll share the screen. But she was basically in a meeting, and her assistant come in. She's like, "Your phone's lighting up." So she's basically representing the attorney. Uh, let me share this, and you can play it, because it actually sums it up, and it's a really good video, and it's not really that long. Hold on just a minute. All right, you should be able to share it or show it.
Whoops. Hit the play button.
Yeah, I got it.
And then the little mute button.
Reports among defense attorneys. Joining me is Ashley Merchant. She is Brian Steele's lawyer. She's also the president of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. So, Ashley, talk to me a little bit about how you end up at the Fulton County Courthouse last night at 7:30 at night, representing Brian Steele in this issue, this contempt matter.
Definitely not how I imagined my day beginning or ending. Right. I was in a meeting and my paralegal came in and said, "Your phone is lighting up and Brian's in custody." And I said, "Oh my God, call me on my phone. I'm getting in the car. I'm driving down there." And, you know, I've served for many years as GACTL, as our association's contempt attorney, where we have attorneys that we dispatch if any lawyers are ever held in contempt. We call it Strike Force. So I'm a member of that. So I'm one of the lawyers that regularly would represent someone. But when I heard Brian was in custody, I had to go myself. And luckily, he's very loved in our community. And so many members of our team went down there and were there. And so we had a very strong showing of force, but it was definitely something I did not expect to happen.
You're a criminal defense attorney, and you've done a lot of murder trials. Is this unusual? Because it sounds unusual to me that a judge would meet in chambers with a prosecution, you know, the star witness for the prosecution, the star witness's lawyer, and they'd all be there having a confab together without a member of the defense team present.
Hey, Ron,
is that weird? That seems like an ex parte communication or something.
Right. And, you know, during my hearing, the judge is admitting that he had this ex parte communication. And it seems like that should be what everyone's focused on, not whether or not Brian is going to tell him who told him the judge had this ex parte. It just seemed like deflecting. You know, the judge was in trouble, got caught with having this ex parte hearing. And instead of admit to that and handle that, you know, when Brian brought it up, they're going to throw Brian in jail. It didn't make a lot of sense. But like you said, it's unheard of. These proceedings are supposed to be what we call adversary, where all the defense is there. The defendants, the defense lawyers are all supposed to be present. But instead, they chose to have this meeting without inviting any of the defense, without letting them know. And when they brought that up, the lawyer ends up in custody.
The only time I've ever heard of a defense attorney maybe being back in chambers meeting with a judge without the prosecution present or something like that happening is when it was like, "Oh, judge, we need to talk to you about funds we need allocated for an expert," or something like that. If it's like a public defender case or something, you know, that's the only time I've heard of this type of thing happening. But this just sounds hinky. So what are you doing for Brian now? Because Brian, as of right now, is supposed to report to the jail Friday night to spend his weekend in the cell with Young Thug, getting ready for court and doing his time for this contempt that you argued.
Yeah, I don't know about Young Thug, and I don't know him personally. I really couldn't even tell you name one song that he sings, you know, to just to say that as preface. But
yeah,
that's for the guy who's representing him, this attorney, just like, I ain't saying shit. He has definitely upped his value, in my opinion, and I'm sure in the rap community. This guy said, "I'll go to jail before I'll, you know, let you know this information right here," and I ain't afraid to do it. He definitely got some freaking street cred on this deal.
Well, and when Ashley was talking to the judge last night, she basically gave him a door for his way out, and the judge stuck to his guns. So I've done a little bit of research last night. From what I tell, he's in the wrong. But
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please.
So, Michael Proctor, I think that we're going to be seeing something that looks like, and he has his attorney with him.
Are we surprised?
Something, yeah. Something's going on here.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Proctor, before we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring
Which means
app.
some way or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone.
Yes.
Which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
He's definitely going to say, "I don't recall," as much as possible if he doesn't know. I'm sure he's
Yeah.
been coached that over
Do you
lunch.
recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
What do you think he's got here, John?
I don't know. Unless it's some text messages.
May I?
Yes.
That whole mix up with what he recalls for the salad board,
at
that shit.
top, or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
I would have requested for an extension for lunch so you can at least get that part done before he gets coached what to say.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. We don't every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want to,
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
This whole thing ain't good, man. It's not going good. And they're just hoping he makes it out of there alive, man.
Yeah. And at this point, I have no reason to believe that it is not a cover up, but you would have thought that they wouldn't have been as sloppy as they were with trying to cover something up.
I think if they had more time to how do I kill this person and cover it up, they'd have done better. But the fact that he just died in the house and you only had 2 hours to figure something out, that's the reason why it doesn't. It looks like they didn't have it figured out.
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from Ring Video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that
Oh, he's got that shit
video
rehearsed.
footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through Ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed
Cut 'em
arrived
off.
back at
Cut 'em off.
John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point,
It wasn't a note, it was
while
a
this
to-do
footage
list of
was
what
in
to delete.
Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed
Yeah, really.
by Trooper DeChico,
Your
that
honeydew
video
list.
existed.
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
There isn't anymore, but there was.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we follow the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Well, you didn't call the
Not somebody
McAlbers a
from
bitch and a leaky
No,
balloon
not
knot
at all.
and a
Not
cunt,
family, not friends with the Alberts.
Absolutely not.
right, John?
Yeah, I mean, it's
At
clear
some
that
point,
he was showing some
your view of this case
partiality.
caused you to turn what could be described as a
I think during
bias
his interview process, he was given the
to an out-and-out
backstory that they had a rocky
Do you agree with that?
relationship, and he drew a conclusion
Did you develop
also based on
some
that.
sort of hatred for Miss Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we follow the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Miss Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today.
Uh-oh. Yes.
On February 4th, 2022.
Yes. Uh-oh. Grab your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen. We're about
Yeah.
to hear a nugget.
Is that 10?
He's like, oh, hell.
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Get a couple deep breaths in there, dog. You're going to need them.
Where's the drum roll?
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor,
Yeah.
text, starting, I didn't give my.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
yes.
I don't know, John. I think
On that
this
day,
is
February
the
4th,
one.
2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
Yeah. Objection, Your Honor. Please, can we approach? Take this down. I don't want to hear anything about this. I don't want to see the text message of him saying, I wish she would just kill herself and do us all a favor. I do not want the jury to hear that. Please, Your Honor, take it down. If we have to just dismiss the case, I don't want the jury to hear that right now. because clearly he's showing a bias. He just said, I didn't show him a bias. I treated them both the same. Bullshit, dude. You weren't saying all that nasty, vulgar stuff you were saying about Karen Reed. You didn't even know Karen Reed. You had just met her for the first time, and you already had this thing on there because you went in to talk to Brian Albert in the table in the morning and Julie Albert. Then you did the actual interview over there at Jennifer McCabe's house, and they told you the whole deal, what they heard. Here's how we're going to play it. Here's how we're going to do it. You put it together. You were telling everyone before you even seen the fucking taillight broken, you called for a police to tow the fucking thing. You already had it figured out. They got you with a mountain of evidence. You're clearly covering it up. You're guilty AF, and they're about to show you something that's so damning right here that this is going to be. Objection. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. What's the objection?
Damn.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name.
The objection is it makes me look bad.
I know,
So
exactly.
that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes,
Who's she?
the defendant.
Miss Reed?
Say your name.
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No,
right?
no, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And drinking and driving.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words.
Did you see him look down like that?
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that so? Is
He's
that
looking
right?
down
Say
in
that?
shame, or what is he looking at, Big Ron?
I did text that. I don't know. If
No,
it's an
they
exact
took a
context.
pause on a.
But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes. that was
He
in the
took a
group chat.
pause and kind of was just looking down like I'm screwed.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words.
Fuck else is going to have me read.
Correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
He's even having a hard time saying that bullshit.
During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch. Is
Objection.
I'll allow it.
that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have
He's got some emotion in those words.
humanized
Yeah, bro.
Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in your own words that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elder had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you treated the Alberts the same as her, no bias.
Far easier
Yeah,
for you
really.
to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
He definitely put it together pretty cleverly.
Yes, he did.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
Shame
That's
on
all
you.
you have?
Like you said.
Thank you.
That's it? You're not going to ask him about the shoes and other stuff?
I mean, isn't it at this point in the case, isn't
I don't think
it Jackson just fucking beating on him?
Oh, yeah, pretty
They
much.
just go back, yeah, and then he'll go back at him. He's not done.
Yeah, but if he planted the evidence, then you get him for planting evidence or tampering with
See,
evidence.
Dante brought up a great point, but he did. That was in his closing arguments.
Good afternoon, sir.
Definitely isolate that clip right there, and that's a great YouTube feed or TikTok.
Started with cross-examination the other day. You were asked some questions about whether or not in August of 2022 you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Who was the guy that was at the bar with him? Last name?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me. And he had no basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think it's going to be like what you did like to Adrian Carney, where you arrest him right in front of his kid as he's getting on the bus stop? I mean, or when you get arrested and everyone's watching you get arrested, like all the other people that you arrest, like Karen Reed, she's arrested right in front of the family and there's news cameras everywhere. This is how it happens when you commit crimes like you did. Fucking piece of shit. Michael Proctor.
Yeah, his whole demeanor's changed now that he's dealing with the prosecution.
Yeah, he's like, look, they're harassing me, and they're that's like my wife wanted me to let you know that when I'm in jail, they're still harassing me. It's like, come on, dude. I want to hear just something that sounds remotely close to you explaining why you were treating her like this, but not the people who should have been the suspect. And you're saying you treated them both differently. Try to mop that up. I'd like to hear that. Not you're being harassed for about what you did and the public outrage. But yeah, Yannetti going over there, I can see how they're trying to paint some picture there.
Hey, who was the detective or the trooper that he said was with him at the bar that left
his gun? I don't know. Big Ron knows. I'm not sure. Dante probably has it written down in his notes.
Why would I know?
I was just joking. It's his cop buddy.
Wasn't Tully, was it?
No. Tully is supposed to be. He's going to be taking the stand next.
Yeah.
I don't know what Massachusetts law reads.
And Albert.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know what Massachusetts law reads, but I know in Florida, taking a firearm into a bar is a big no-no, regardless if you're a police officer or not, if you're going to be drinking.
Yeah, it is here too.
Yeah, but there's a huge problem with this. It's hard to listen to someone, like there's still people on X right now saying that Turtle Boy and the defense, they're all in cahoots, and it's shock and horror what's going on, and he's just letting this innocent woman, I mean this guilty woman that needs to go to jail, they're just muddying up the water, making up all this bullshit, and can't believe people are believing it. But God, I don't know how you could watch this case. It doesn't matter if you know the case or not. If you're just watching this case, it's hard for you to come to the conclusion that she belongs in jail, and you think those jurors agree. It's difficult for me to put those together. And here's a post from Turtle Boy, who just said, and I'll put it up on the banner for you. Michael Proctor is taking a page out of Liz Proctor's playbook and victimizing herself by claiming that David Unetti bullied him by showing up at his sister's place of work to meet with a witness. And she had a big long statement about how she supports her husband, and this whole thing is a big sham. And then thanks to Turtle Boy and some other amateur journalists, that everyone is just driving by her house, saying things, texting her mean things. She feels threatened, and it's all Karen Reed belongs in prison, and everyone's harassing the family. So that's why it looks like Proctor is trying to play on a heartstring, if there is any left in the jury, to think that there should be some kind of mercy for him and his family. Do you have a heartstring for him, John?
No, absolutely not.
What about you, Big Ron?
Ron's working on equipment.
Yeah.
I have no remorse for this dude, whether he did it purposefully or not. Just the fact of how clumsy this whole investigation went. He's a shit ass cop. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna leave it at that point. I'm not gonna go any further than that. Just on that basis, that top surface shit ass investigation means he's a shit ass fucking cop.
Yeah, when you're doing investigations like that, you have to be unbiased. I mean, and you have to ask yourself, can I be unbiased? If you can't, then it's when you go to the higher ups and say, look, I can't do this and be unbiased because, and let them give it to somebody else.
Here's the statement from the Massachusetts State Police. The members assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's State Police Detective Unit has been a subject of personal attacks from criminal defense attorneys in the media for doing their jobs. As we all know, state police detectives are assigned to each district attorney's office and to the Office of the Attorney General in Massachusetts. In homicide investigations, they work at the direction of the district attorney under whatever, and state police detectives work under extreme conditions to professionally and comprehensively perform homicide investigations throughout the Commonwealth. They do this work without favor. They follow the evidence. This is the statement from the Massachusetts State Police, and I will, like I said earlier, this statement was removed from their social media yesterday.
Well, how can they say it's done professionally when he himself admitted it was not professional?
This was their response after Hosselong to Dying Cold.
Oh, okay.
And it stayed on their social media sites until yesterday when they removed it.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
They are no longer sticking with that statement. Which it would be tough to stick to that statement, dude. After witnessing all this and then using the word professionally, I was like, I can't. Sorry, I just can't.
And did you see when they were going to the sidebar, O'Keefe's mom threw her hands up at the attorney, like, what the hell are you doing?
No, I didn't. Is that what she did?
Yeah, she threw both of her hands up like, what the hell?
At what attorney?
At
Jackson? The judge?
At Jackson.
At Jackson?
Yeah.
Well, they've been against Karen Reed and thinking that Karen Reed's done it. And every time they do a fundraising event or something for John O'Keefe, Jennifer McCabe has been at every single one in support. She has John O'Keefe's decal in the back of her car, and she has blue lights out in front of her house as a tribute to John O'Keefe and justice for John O'Keefe. And now Karen Reed's guilty. They even convinced the niece and nephew to come in and testify on behalf of the prosecution against Karen Reed. And now listening to this, it'd be difficult to believe that she still thinks that.
You are unmuted.
Well, and you would think, but that brunette sitting third from the right, that's just now standing up with
Yes.
the white undertop, she's been throwing like not smirks, but like scowl face. Look at her now.
Yeah, they think Karen Reed's guilty. The guy on the right there that's standing up with the blue shirt, that is John O'Keefe's brother. And the chick to the left is actually a hua that used to be Adrian Turtle Boy's lover, I guess. He called her a whore. And then John O'Keefe's brother is now dating her and bringing this whore to the trial. So,
oh, Lord.
It's all backstory, man. Just all the different people and what's going on here.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
To what you guys said earlier, the days of our lives.
Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
What was the question? What was it? What did we miss?
Super Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages.
Oh, about what happened at the school.
Yeah.
Indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannette, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Dante, I
There
think the
also
lady
motions filed,
to
by
our
Mr. Yannette
left
by
of
counsel,
O'Keefe's brother
containing
is
photographs
Turtle
of
Boy's
yourself and
ex-girlfriend from what kingdom?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
Let me get to the bottom of
So
that.
the
And we'll
photograph
give
was
you an accurate
taken
one.
in my parents' backyard.
Objections over.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you, at any point in time, ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. Form, meeting. In that form, it's stricken. Not allowed to ask that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
From the start of this investigation, with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Miss Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So yeah,
I'm giving you 01563.
they interviewed Lucky Lochran, the plow truck driver, yesterday, and I see the pictures here. I could share them with you, but we're watching this. But they were interviewing the plow truck driver, which I have pictures of. Turtle Boy showed them last night, but they're also just got recently posted, and that's what the Yannetti was still talking with him to let him know that he's going to be coming up to the stand soon.
15263 and 64.
But I can see how you can connect the dots there and say, well, they were just there to harass me because I'm here. And, I don't know. I can see how you can try to paint yourself as a victim, but it's a stretch. But per the instruction, if any juror still is taking notes and they still think that you need to take some notes, strike from the record that they were harassing his wife and his kids at the school. Strike that from your notes. Yeah, Dante, let me get to the bottom of it, and then I'll let you know. Let me get to the bottom of it. I'll get to the bottom of it. I'll have an answer by tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, we were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. Al was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight and the fact that leaving Brockton Instead of going to Dayton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dayton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abel was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that.
Regardless of his position, correct?
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
I mean, freaking distorted reality. I'm looking online here, and like John Petro show is talking about Trooper Proctor, much better witness now that the shock is worn off from the initial unprofessional text with friends, and the trooper's actually handling Jackson well. I was like, what are you watching, dude?
Yeah, really.
Document I showed you the other day. Do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group in that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Inform that, sustained.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Retreat.
I would say what Lally needs to do is just asking some professional questions and have him respond back with some professional answers, and just try to let the jury know he was a professional at some point in his life. And after what Alan Jackson said, just
Now, you were asked some questions
humanize
about
him a little bit.
what you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts. Is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Miss Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. Call the trial. Okay.
Yes.
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Scortibello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not know, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Brown.
Certainly are. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asked some questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022.
yeah.
So one
Yes.
of my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that
I didn't say nothing that wasn't already on the news, is what he's trying to say.
how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her event?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained is to your form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, as your witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge.
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with about in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take. I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Yeah, Mary Dior
Correct.
asked. I'm sure she never receives a gift.
As far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
It was my understanding Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
Yeah, we knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
Oh, we don't have a
At
do
any
not
time in your
recall, huh?
investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in.
I mean, he's got his broom, dustpan, and mop out, but I don't know if he's doing a great cleanup job here. But
Five names as far as
it's a tough ask. Go out there and clean this up. You're like, okay, I'll try.
Ms. Levinson and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about three people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only one person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Does that math match up as far as five people, three given, and only one person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
So they had left 34 Fairview like Colin Albert prior to the waterfall people coming in. Objection.
Sustained is that film.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of.
Fucking objection, dude. Falsely accused.
Same question as to Ali asked you differently.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
That had no evidence to back that up.
Talking about Turtle Boy
whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone abstractions and what different material may mean within a Cellbrite abstraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, or those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question is sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under building.
May we approach?
Sure.
You are. I mean, he might as well just say that, oh, those text messages that said that I said those things, I didn't. I don't know what's going on with the phone records, but I did not say that. It's the same thing as saying that the Cellubrite is not right, like Jennifer McCabe did. John, you back with us, bro? Who's out there? Big Ron, you got a mic? Anybody got a mic?
Yeah, I stepped away for a second.
Okay. Where my truck drivers at, Cam?
No, it seems like they're trying to make him seem dumb and like he doesn't know how to take information from a cell phone. Like, it doesn't excuse what when he has a cell phone in his hand going through it. You don't need to frickin' be an expert on anything doing that. It feels like they're trying to dumb it down to, like what you said, try to excuse him from all the text message stuff and whatever, the information that he might not have on it, just trying to make him less of an expert. But I don't know, if you're an investigator, been doing it for 10 plus years, you would think you would know a little something, right? Like, you wouldn't just be a total moron and be like, I don't know how phones work.
Well, I mean, obviously what you're trying to do here is you're trying to do what someone would call 911 and say, this person's unresponsive, and you try to get someone out there to resuscitate and bring someone back to life.
You are unmuted.
That's what the prosecution has done in DA Lowley. He's trying to bring Michael Proctor back to life because he just got killed on the stand. He's just trying to just somehow give his family a reason to say that he didn't do anything wrong.
As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas
It's a tough
Garino,
task,
Jessica
though.
Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Ms. McCabe's Cellbrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Allen, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to, a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Presenting the documents I did the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, do you recall that?
I do.
If I can direct your attention to page 260.
How are they going to mop this up? This ought to be good. Let's see what Lally can come up with. When he shut the door, the snow didn't fall off. Therefore,
And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
So you're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
I approach this to retrieve your honor.
Yes.
Look at these text messages. Look at the blank page on the front. Is there any messages there between you two?
You were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that
Oh,
there were
bullshit.
ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
You were asked some questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
So
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6 video number, I believe 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check in on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indicting the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is 2-4.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamati,
Correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
So you're aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down, like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Flamati that the defendant had stated, "I hit him," in the presence of firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. We went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Buchanan and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Allen. It's sustained.
The time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Jackson?
No further questions. What else we got here?
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt?
Objection.
Right?
I'll allow it.
Based on the evidence, sir, my emotions got the best of me. So it was in poor taste. Yes, it was important. It was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions had gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes.
Gave you license to say to your friends, "Oh no, she's fucked," right?
That's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
He's gonna go right down through it. Let's
You
go.
had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time.
You're right about that one.
So the fact that you believed personally that your narrative was
Ask about the
she hit him with
shoes.
a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Miss Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes.
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah, so he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
Yeah, I'm sure the group is like, don't group me in with you, dog. I don't want to be in the group, whatever group you're talking
the
about.
case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else? All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Did she say good for you? You're all done.
Yeah, good for you. It's over.
Next witness, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Now, this is a person that Carney, Turtle Boy, he absolutely hates this guy. And this is the guy who was there arresting him in front of his kid at the bus stop. So it goes pretty deep. But hopefully when we're showing the shoes, maybe Tully's got something to do with the shoes.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Where were you on the night of the balloon knot?
Yeah.
Brian
exactly.
Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been a lieutenant of the state?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they're conducted?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your unit, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor, or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation, or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes, someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or the lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th.
And he was on that text message stream, huh?
I'm aware in the morning with regard to a
What was his name again?
death within the town of Canton.
Yes.
Lieutenant Tully.
Oh, that's Tully.
Yeah, I think he was on the screen. Yeah. He's gonna get crossed.
I've got a phone call.
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit's involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially ask for or wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made, and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what are the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
Now, as far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctors, so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
So he's kind of sweeping up the communication with the ME.
That are ultimately come to by the medical examiner.
They got him talking. They got him saying some stuff. He sounds good. He sounds better than Proctor. Like who wouldn't? But he's doing
As far
okay.
as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what if any impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you're doing?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to January 29th, 2022, in this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case, and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We will discuss what the next steps should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th,
Saved by the bell.
in the morning of January 29th, what if any conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation, and that the state police would do the investigation without them.
They all have the same word track.
Appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it. What was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we
This is
need the
why
support
I
of local
think-
police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect
Other
to those
people got
conversations
involved and it
that you had
took a
yourself
turn.
and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement,
But he's probably the
his conversations,
most polished person in that
were
group
they
text message
involved, or were they any greater
that
or
shows
less
any kind of professionalism so far at this point.
No, they were the same conversations.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, right now, I have to say I like him
Let me ask you this.
most out of all of them.
At some point over the course of this case, or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
But Proctor said he had no knowledge of ever getting
He was by
reprimanded.
me at that conversation. Yes.
Bullshit.
Again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut. It happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of a supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
And sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway, and
That's
the
what she
large
said.
snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And they're saying that he had the
As far as
Sallyport
CERT
video.
team was concerned, if you can explain to the jury sort of the process
Yeah.
from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do.
And that CERT team did a fantastic job. Very
We
thorough.
work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 p.m.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
That explains why they didn't have the green light until after 5:45.
In general terms, describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
John, looks like they all have the same exact story. Same word track, same phrases. I wish he did come inside the house. They all have a story that's well put together.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt that they've talked about this, where this may go, where it is going.
You think he's like Con Air, Cyrus the Virus lookalike?
I do actually. Yes, I couldn't place it until you just said that.
Yeah, Dante. Dante is like on it, dude. I don't know how long Dante's been watching, but my God, you know the case probably the best I've heard.
I said the other day, Dante's a mole.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the months of January 2020.
For the record, that's an hour and a half from me.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From Neponset Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records before you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
I love that question.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat to introduce the minutes.
Now do you want to see me?
Well, Tully over there, he was in the Sally Port. He definitely had access to have the tail light delivered out there. But he was definitely in the Sally Port when it came through. His hands were all in it. He was in the group text. I know there's more to it than just that, but he also was, in the chain of custody and who had this and who had that. Everyone kind of said, "Oh, it wasn't me. It was someone else." The someone else is up the chain of command. We're looking at the guy right here. It's Mr. Tully, but even he now is saying you'd have to talk to the major. And now you're talking the district attorney. So, even he's pointing up the chain of command as the corruption goes higher and higher and deeper into this case.
Well, that's what I said earlier. It'll be interesting to see how high up this goes, to what level.
The FBI is definitely going to put this together. All this, sweet words and all this good talk and everything. This is only going to take you so far here, because you're laying foundation on what Alan Jackson is about to accuse you of, and you're trying to come up with your excuses of what you're going to be asked, knowing that you're about to be asked this, because It looks like you definitely had something to do with this. You didn't reprimand him. You don't have any evidence of this that was shortly after, immediately after this one. It's just y'all looked like crap
You are
Monday and today, and you need to save your ass here.
Yeah.
Kingdom, you could be my turtle boy any day. You know that. If I ever go down for something, man, you better be there.
Dog, I'm
Same
gonna be
way.
on every detail, bro. Every
At some
detail.
point, you respond to 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else, from the state police preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved, or when they end, or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these 2 parameters.
And over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of a taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being looked for?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we had gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the CERT team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the CERT team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the CERT team and their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, John, let me have it. What we got here?
I don't know. I mean, right now he sounds solid,
I may have
but
one moment.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how he holds up under cross
Jurors will be stopping at 4 today.
from Alan Jackson. And that being the case, I don't think we're going to get there today. We've got like 25 minutes.
Well,
is that the shoe?
Oh my God! If this
Sir,
is
with
the other
respect
shoe,
to-
I would love to see it.
I'm going to place before you Rule 2. Direct your attention to what's been marked as exhibits 111 through 134, and just in general.
There's a reason why Alan Jackson and them haven't brought up this other shoe to show it. Lally's supposed to show it.
What do you recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
He needs to keep on talking until they go exactly at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock Central Standard, so there can be no cross today.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 114.
Is he going to bring this? He's going to bring a plastic and bring that shoe out?
Recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 114.
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, a CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
So it's picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 117.
He picked up the plastic and then showed it to him. I found this, and he said,
Yes.
put it back in the snow where you found
Members
it.
of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
That sounds suspicious AF, huh?
Yeah. And I mean, if he's picking it up with snow, how does he know where
Again,
he
sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photographs.
That looks like a right sneaker to me.
If you're part of a crack team that investigates stuff, why would you
Again, sir,
pick up
do you recognize
evidence
what's up
and
there?
then be like, oh, forgot,
Yes.
and then put it back?
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention.
They planted this. Just look how it is. Look where you're seeing it at.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
that is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and start with the example.
I think if someone's saying that Tully's the one that planted the evidence, I don't heard anything to roll that out.
Were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the search team search. What happened with those items from the scene?
You asked an
They were
officer to
collected,
put it
placed in an
back.
evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
Do you take a picture of it?
And as far as
I would
when
hope.
it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. It will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're seen?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in two different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one, and the two assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong.
So pretty
but at
much
this
it's
time,
unreliable.
essentially Yourself,
Yeah,
Chico,
to say the least.
Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the detective unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that,
Where the butcher paper is, he's cleaning that up.
temporary area to the permanent area, what if any sort of documentation is generated in regard to into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Open the
Sir, I
shoe.
am presenting you the bag.
Brought my own.
Oh, the evidence manager actually has his own pair of
You
gloves.
said it first just with reference to the item I placed before you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
Grab your popcorn. Here we go. They switched it overnight. That bag looks brand new. John, what's the chances that they figured out they messed up and got a different shoe now?
At this point, I don't put anything past them. That's why this is sad, because now you don't know whether to trust them or not.
Bullshit. Bullshit. It's got a white bottom.
Place that in the bag.
And that was a left shoe.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 569.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 2 separate bags. Do those without me finish. recognize each of those respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could just, with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as the description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start with the red plastic.
Okay.
Okay, need to invest in some sharp scissors.
I'm surprised he didn't bring his own.
Well, true.
I'm with you on that, Dante. Definitely earning more and more points with me. And what Turtle Boy said about Courtney Proctor,
On the call, to seek to introduce and admit those.
I agree.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So Tully's going to take the heat when they prove the shoes are different. He's the evidence manager. He's the
How
one.
long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as their supervisor, were you aware of where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversation did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the search team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
before him?
So that shoe he opened, that was supposed to have been the one that he recovered at the scene.
Yeah, the one that had the picture that looked like it was a black one, and then he was like very specific. No, some people say it was a left shoe and a right shoe, two left shoes, but it was right and left, and they matched the exact same make and model. I think they clued that later on.
Or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observe that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Yeah, I like the resident evidence planter face. And as far as the tow truck from Dighton, Lucky is actually on the defense witness list. And that's who Yannetti was talking to yesterday at that school. But they are not going to pass this witness today. That's for sure. There's 3 more minutes left.
Given the time and given where
Why don't you come to Sapphire to say this?
All right, somebody online, if you're listening online or if you know somebody that has the shoes that are the pictures of the shoe, the one shoe and the other shoe, I want to see someone put this puzzle together. Definitely on those pictures, you can say John has it. You can say whatever you want to, but this shoe right here on picture number 3 clearly has a black sole. The snow is still white like it is on the white part on the left, and you see the sole is black. It's a left shoe.
Yeah, now look at 6.
6 looks like it's a right shoe. Yeah, 6. You see the black sole, but you see the snow. Like if it was a shadow where all that black is a shadow, the snow wouldn't be white.
No.
So this is a black shoe, and he pulls out a white shoe. These are 2 different shoes. The shoe that he took a picture of and planted when he said, "Hey," I told him, "Hey, the trooper said, hey, I got some snow, a piece of taillight I found." I said, "Well, put it back in the snow so I can get a picture of it where you found it." Fucking liar.
That's black. I'm sorry.
Let's hear it, boys. What we got?
I don't know.
How did James get the gold? And he has 4 stars. He has a gold ring, black and gold. He has legacy speaker, and he has 2 stars at the bottom, 2 gold stars, and 2 silver stars on the left and right.
Oh, I don't know.
What's that about?
So fancy.
You're so fancy. Oh my gosh. No,
don't mind me. I'm just drinking.
No, we were wondering like if there was a rhyme or reason to the stars or something the other day. That's the reason why I was talking to John about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Apparently, therefore, or to indicate people who supported the night court, or were part of the early days, the grassroots and all that.
People that support the crew and support the spaces and been there from the beginning. And that's why it's 2 silver and 2 gold instead of 4 gold or anything like that.
So like the founding members?
The founding followers.
There you go.
Founding followers. There you go.
The founding well, you're not followers. If you're a co-host, you're not a follower.
Well, no, they're not co-hosts. That's what I'm saying. They're legacy speakers. They're
Oh.
legacy followers of the crew.
Oh, I see. So you have a co-host, and then you have someone who's just been there since the beginning. That would be the legacy speaker.
Yep.
I got you. That makes sense. That's cool. So everyone has like a different type of badge and they all mean something different.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Sounds good. So I see a big problem with these frickin' shoes, as John just pointed out. These shoes are two different shoes, and
Yeah, the
everyone
photo
says,
does
I'm
not
not
help.
the evidence manager. You're like, yeah, you're not the evidence manager. But if anyone's going to take the fall for this one, it's not going to be Michael Proctor. It's not going to be anyone else. It's going to be the evidence manager. And if you're looking at this one, Vet, if you could just look at this and tell me, what do you see? Do you think that's a shadow?
I don't. I mean, let me zoom back out.
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Come on, size that thing up, like full screen, that bad boy. We got something full screen.
Well, I did. It's coming from Reddit. That's the only thing I could find.
Okay, scroll up and let's see what we got here.
No, that's a black sole, man. Because the shoe's upside down.
Look at that
The
one.
sole is black. Yeah, no, that's a black
See,
sole.
even
So
at the
white
even the
is-
shoe on the left, you can tell the sole is black, but it's covered with snow. But you can tell it's not white. You can tell it's darker and it's black. But the
unless he
picture
walked into black mud, which is not possible.
number 5, it's completely covered in snow, and it's really hard to tell what color the sole is with that picture. But if you scroll up to picture number 4 and look at picture number 4, John.
Why does 5 look like somebody threw snow on it?
Exactly. They patted it down with snow.
Well, that's what I was just looking at too.
Because if you found it in snow, it wouldn't be like that. The snow's not going to stick to.
That right there looks like it's white.
Yeah.
Well, it's covered with snow, so you can't even see. The picture right there on the right hand side. This one definitely looks like the sole could be black, but maybe it's a shadow. It's not really conclusive. But if you go up, or if you look at 5 closer, where are we at here? No, not those. The one that you can actually see, and they're not the pretend cover snow on it. Scroll up. Little chunks of snow, like give me a break. Chunks of snow, something like that. That one looks like it could be black. I mean, you could also say it's a shadow, but scroll up a little bit more. Where's the other one? Was it 4? Where's the one that you can clearly see it? Was it that one? Scroll down to the one you can clearly see it. Oh, there it is. Scroll to the right. Yeah. That right there, my friends, that is a black sole. Scroll up so you can see it. Yeah, that's a black sole, bro. That's a left shoe black sole. That is not a shadow. You look at that snow that's on the ground. The snow is not black. If the snow was black, yeah, maybe it's a shadow. But that snow is white, just the same as it is in everywhere else in the picture, and that sole is black, bro.
And see, those are up against the curb. That one right there, 5, is not up against the curb.
Well, they packed some snow on it and took a picture.
So you got all the space right here. And that right there is right up against the curb because there's the grass.
Yeah, but I would say for sure you got the black sole there.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of black through there.
What do we got? Anyone else seeing the same thing?
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that same. What is that? Photo number 3. That's a black bottom of the sole, man. You can't tell me that's a shadow. There's no way. It's too much light all the way around everything else. Like you can clearly see it.
Yeah.
And that what he brought out, I mean, if it was grass or if it was like, I don't know, what you could have I mean, I couldn't imagine what could possibly be on the bottom of a white sole shoe when you wipe the snow off of it, because clearly there was snow on it and they wiped the snow off of it, that it would be black. When that swoosh is clearly white, the snow next to the swoosh is white. The snow that's on the bottom of the shoe that's closest to the curb is also white. There's not a shadow there. The snow that's actually on the black sole, you can clearly see that it is also white. So it can only be
Kingdom.
one thing, black sole.
Kingdom. What it is the light reflecting off of Venus.
Oh,
Causing you to think that it's a black soul, but it's white. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Hey, I know where you can get a job as a crime scene investigator.
yeah, and you also be in charge of collecting all the evidence. and I'll put you in charge of the Sally Port video and everything, because I think there's going to be a few jobs that are going to be available in the near future.
Big shoes to fill, vet. But you're up to the task.
So the reason why we haven't talked about the shoe is because it's Brian Tully. Tully is the only one that you can really ask about. And look at this. Dante's been commenting. Let me go here. Isn't Lucky the snowplow driver? Yes. Oh, Dante was asking about the tow truck driver from Daunton on the witness list. I'm sorry. I don't know if he's on the witness list or not, but that would be a good one to see if he noticed the damage. I'm not sure about that one, but you're right. Lucky. I said Lucky, and that's the plow driver. You're right about that. Yeah, Dante is one of the many people, not just the few people. Many people have share the same expression that they still think it's a shadow and it's not a black sole shoe. And that Turtle Boy says that. A lot of people say that they're not going to buy into it. They think it's a trap for the defense to try to argue that, because the evidence bag clearly shows two shoes. One's left, one's right, and they both have white soles apparently. I'd like to see the side-by-side of the one that what's his name picked out and this other one to make sure they're right and left. But if that's what they have, that's what they have. But those pictures, you're going to have a hard time convincing me that that's not a black sole shoe. I mean, it's a picture. It's not. I mean,
damn it, Dante.
I'm not 100%, but
yeah. But Dante says there's a picture of a snow nugget. Now we're talking about balloon knots and snow nuggets. But just complete derailment. But yeah, I guess. You have to compare the shadows to the shadows to the shadows on the snow, and the shadows on the snow. I mean, I'm trying to make your point, Dante. I'm really am, because you've been right about most everything, but this one it's just tough for me to get behind you on this one.
The light reflecting off of Venus. I done said it, man. Come on, it's right there. That's why.
Yeah, you just need to abre your ojos. You know what I'm saying?
Was there an eclipse going on?
Yeah, there was an eclipse. It was called. I mean, what do you think about this one? Hey, boss, I found this piece of taillight. Where did you find it at? I found it over there when I was shoveling. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Well, put it back over there in the snow where you found it so I can get a picture of it. I mean, this is what he said. So he's saying this because someone else is going to say, like, maybe there's another officer who's saying, well, he told me to plant this into the snow. I mean, there's got to be a reason why he's saying this.
Wasn't it the crack team of investigators that's supposed to be doing that stuff?
These are
talking about.
These are bad mofos. These are like not just any old police officer. These are like the special forces of looking for stuff under the direct supervision of Major something another,
and they pick it up and move it, and they're supposed to be like, I've been watching enough crime shows to know you don't touch evidence, you don't touch the shit, you don't just look at it and point at it and be like, take a picture, you put them little yellow cones with the numbers on it and shit. I've watched enough TV.
Yeah, and you do a measurement off of it, and where exactly was it found, and if you shoveled it from there, where did that shovel come from when you found it? So therefore, it must be right here where you just shoveled. I mean, some kind of identifying marker. I found it here, but the problem is the different visits that they went back and they went back and they went back to find more and more pieces of taillight. The reason why you can't mark where you found it because it's in the same place you found the other taillight.
Yeah.
So you were like, well, if you found this taillight in this exact location, you were just there last week, the week before that. You didn't find it then. So you just have to say you found it around this area, give or take 5 to 10 feet.
Hey, Monday, I don't remember who it was, asked the question about the taillight bulb. I know Joe.
That was me.
So I looked it up, and the replacement bulb for the Lexus, that model vehicle, is white. So it's a 3 filament bulb. So you got the turn, stop, and back up. So it's a white bulb.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to give any possible scenario that somebody's telling the truth and it's not what it is. I'm just trying to exhaust all options of what someone would say this is a lie or what's going on, but it's just so damn difficult at this point. But I'm with Dante on every single thing, with the exception of the shoe. I just can't get with you on the shoe, dog. The Cinderella slipper, the missing slippers, or NASA wants a word with you about shadows on the moon. But yeah, I mean, for the people who are saying that the shoe, to be perfectly honest with you, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if the shoes are the same or not. They got the case won with or without the damn shoe. But if your only piece of evidence was just the shoe, and that was the only thing that was teeter-tottering between innocent and guilt, the shoe, I would want to be definitely honing in on that, because that picture, there's no way that you can convince me that that picture of that white outside and black sole that touches the pavement is the same as the other guy held up there. There's no way. And you've seen Tully already give you the excuse. Well, here's the way it works. You bring the evidence into this secured room, but if someone does not have access, they can put it into a temporary room, and then at some point it will be logged and then put into the permanent room. So he already gave himself an out just in case. Just like Brian Higgins said, there was a guy who kind of matched the description of of John O'Keefe coming into the house. Oh, you sure? Well, I'm not sure. I just think I may have seen someone that kind of looked like this hair and this going into the house. So just in case you can prove it later, I did say that, you know, there's also another reason why it could be different. So he definitely laid the groundwork there. And I think Alan Jackson, I don't think you have to drive it home, but I would expect him to. The pictures, at least, show the jury. Right, John?
Yeah, you would think.
I would. But I mean, what's the worst that could happen? They're like, no. These are both white shoes. And no, you can tell because of, and nothing else. You just put the doubt in the jury's mind and you say, this taillight's all bullshit. And it's not even like, you know, Michael Proctor by himself. It's not Yuri Buchanan. It's not just him by himself with Michael Proctor. It's Jennifer McCabe. It's the chief of police, Ken Berkowitz, who found it, and then he retired like almost immediately after, like a month later, he retires or resigns. And then you also have this guy up here, Tully, which Tully clearly is involved in this. I mean, the evidence isn't there yet. I've heard other people give, you know, some testimony. Well, I've heard other people talk about it. I'd like to see here in testimony, but all the stuff that you heard about the cell phone and what the cell phone's going to show, that's all coming out in court, just like everyone else that's saying it offline is saying this is what's going to happen. Everything they say that's going to happen has been happening. And I think as far as planning the shoe, I'm a believer at this point.
Yeah.
I think putting Tully on the stand right after Michael Proctor is not a good act to follow for police trustworthiness, but it does sound good so far.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. I mean, he sounds good, so maybe they did that. Maybe that was their strategy in trying to clean up Proctor's mess. I don't know.
Knowing that you can't cross-examine him until tomorrow, so you leave the jury at the end of the day saying, well, I don't trust Proctor as far as I can throw him, but this guy was the guy who was in charge, and I believe that guy. So even though I don't trust Proctor or his boss, you know, Sergeant Buchanan, I do trust the lieutenant, and the lieutenant seems to be saying the right thing. So I can leave the day and say there is a little hope of they're doing the right thing, but that little hope is going to be smashed away like one of those hammers at Chuck E. Cheese when the little mole, you know, comes up. You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, that's how Alan Jackson's going to treat him when it's his turn. But so far, it's okay. What's your takeaway? What else is the takeaway that we got here from today? We heard a lot of Michael Proctor, and I think we even have a Johnny Cochran moment, a clip from if the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. This clip that's played over and over and over for years and years and years. Now it's been decades ago. It seems like we're still playing this clip from that trial. I think Alan Jackson had one of those moments when he was giving his final say to Michael Proctor, that little speech that he had right there. That was classic. Classic.
Man, I fell asleep at the end of the trial.
Which one?
Today.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, it happens. It happens.
So one thing we did learn today is that Michael Proctor does not like David Yannetti. We do know that.
I mean, is it not like or is it hate?
Well, that's you have a point. I digress. Hate. He hates Yannetti.
Besides the gentleman that was testifying just now, the lieutenant, I mean, he can be all wrapped up, nice little pretty box with a bow on it. But the guy who had his hands on everything and investigated everything has been proven as a dirtbag, and not only a dirtbag, incompetent dirtbag. So I agree that even with the shoe, with or without the shoe, whatever, it's looking really good for her. Like really, really good for her.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were saying the other day. I mean, how can you hear those text messages from Proctor about Karen and not and then be able to say that he was fair and impartial in his investigation? I don't buy it.
Yeah, 'cause even if it is his shoe and the shoe is the right one, even if it's the right shoe, it just means that something happened to him and he lost his shoe. You still got to prove he hit him, and with a hair, just one hair compared to all the shit that he was oozing out is the only thing you found on her car. Come on, man. That's just come on. That's not enough.
That's why I was asking the question the other day, you know, did they find any DNA on any of the plastic? I mean, and I don't see how where his injury is, like pretty much centered at the top of his skull, but back just a tad, how that was even possible to hit or for the vehicle to hit him like that. I don't understand that.
And kind of like the point I made the other day is if that's the only damage to his body, there's absolutely no way a car chucked him 10, 12 feet, whatever, into the snow. There would be way, way more damage.
I'm still of the opinion he was in the house. They got into him and Higgins got into an argument. They got into a fight. Things got out of hand. They knocked him out or whatever the case may be. And then he died and they just tossed everything, all of his belongings out there with him.
That certainly fits with the things that we've seen so far.
Yeah, what's this?
Do what?
Oh,
I was I couldn't remember Yannetti's last name.
Yeah, or how to spell it. Yeah, I did the same thing.
So,
this is what you got here at the end here.
All the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
So, I mean, this was just...
Yes.
Investigation with comments and words like this.
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language,
So this is the very end when he's doing his
He's
climbing.
got some emotion in those words.
Yeah, bro.
Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this.
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, Yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
I mean, the way he was saying it, he was saying it like he was a thug.
Make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elder had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you treated the Alberts the same as her, no bias.
Far easier
Yeah, really.
to pin it on the girl.
All right, guys. I got to run to the
All right,
stove.
Doc.
Whack job cunt in your
I will
words.
catch y'all tomorrow. Yeah.
Who you hope,
You tell them there, Alan.
right?
All right, I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
All right, boys. We'll
He definitely
holler at
put
you
it
tomorrow.
together
Pretty cleverly.
Yes, he did.
Later.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
Shame
That's
on
all
you.
you have?
Mr. Lally?
Said.
Thank you.
Shame on
Wow.
you. Shame on you. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much what's going on. The whole thing has just been a big shit show with Michael Proctor. This has been very entertaining, but it's sad that it's an actual real life true depiction of the American justice system that's happening right there in the Boston, Massachusetts area with these police departments and the way that they investigate. That part's sad. It is humorous and it's funny to watch them get caught in a lie, but how many times have they done it and haven't gotten caught? And how easily that they're willing to plant evidence and just listening to them lie, and just one lie is compounded on another lie, covering up one lie with another lie. It's pretty sad that these people actually have the badge and the authority of the Constitution, and they're out there, just doing the will of their own self versus, what they're supposed to be doing, the oath that they sworn to do to protect and serve. It looks like they're protecting themselves and they're serving their own interest, in my opinion. And for that, I think that they need to get the heaviest weight of the law upon them. And I don't even know how high it goes, but they need to weed these people out and get rid of them. 100.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like my earlier opinion, anyone who's going to plant evidence or, make a false statement under oath or false accusation should immediately face the charges that they were trying to get someone else pinned for. Like if it can be proven.
100%. 100%. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Thursday, and then Friday I won't be available, so we'll be looking for someone to actually run the stream. So one person in our circle will figure that one out. I'll be able to join in with the cell phone, but definitely looking forward to the cross-examination of Tully. And stay tuned. If you have a link that you'd like to share with someone, just put it into the comments. We'll definitely read it across the banner tomorrow. But other than that, I appreciate you hanging out with us, and we're out. We're going to do a little 6-toe commercial, but after that, we'll see you next time.
Hi, folks. Joe Lanu here. SigSoda.com has come up with an exclusive hat design to show your support for our friend Dexter Taylor, a.k.a. Carbon Mike. Message me on X to order, and $10 of every purchase goes to the Dexter Taylor Legal Defense Fund. Sig Soda is your source for Pro 2A Amendment gear, official sponsor of the Night Court Show. Let's show Sig Soda some love and some support.
You're listening to the Karen Reed Murder Trial on Kingdom Radio.
You made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying.
Closer, 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 closer.